welcome everybody. Sorry I've been offline for a couple of weeks. The Christmas period's been very busy, but been doing a little bit of game dev in the background, but not enough to be doing streaming really to show what's going on. So I thought I'd pick up where I'd left off with the last stream and continue bringing on these characters into the same project. So if you haven't joined my stream before, my name's Martin. I'm the founder of Zarktor Studios. We've got a game called Zarktor's Realm being developed for the Steam platform, and it's due for release mid next year, 2023. We have a number of characters here that have been brought in from asset packs on the Unity asset store. They're in the process of being tailored and configured to work with Salsa, which is a LipSync animation software, realistic eye movements, which basically will just help the characters look really realistic when they're in dialogue with an NPC. I've got Blink RPG Builder as the main base for the game. So that's really what's handling, the inventory management, picking up items, casting spells, combat scores, and skill trees, and all those sorts of things. So that's kind of the backbone. This particular project is one that this particular Unity project is one that I'm bringing together a number of these assets for the first time. So they've been worked on individually. They come out of the asset store. Actually, most of them come out of the asset store in high definition render pipeline. These two here are not from Quang Fan. There, I can't remember where they're from, but basically all of these ones are all from an artist called Quang Fan. I really like his stuff. The models are set up in a very similar way, which really does help when configuring them all for Blink and Salsa and Invector, which I'll be using as a third-person controller, and integrating it with the Malber's horseriding system, which is why there's a horse in here. And I guess what I've been doing over the last 2 or 3 streams is to just systematically bring them into this project and go through a process of sort of reorganizing the mesh and reorganizing the materials and the textures just to make sure that they look really good in Universal Render Pipeline, which is my chosen pipeline for graphics. I did look at high definition render pipeline, but my testing with VR headset, I was using the HTC Vive, and I just found there were too many problems with it at the time. That's probably about a year ago. Too many problems with the high definition render pipeline, too many limitations for VR. And because the game is being developed as a third person and first person and VR all in the same code base, I'm very keen to actually have one set of code to maintain and not have to have a separate project for a VR system. So that's basically why I'm choosing the universal render pipeline. I think it's a bit more flexible for what I want to do at this point, but it does mean that a lot of the assets that I acquire need to be converted either from the built-in render pipeline in most cases, or in the case of these Quang Fan assets, to convert them from high definition render pipeline. I guess I wouldn't say downgrade, but basically to swap out the materials and switch them to the URP version, which actually looks pretty good still. There's a few features in high definition render pipeline I'd really like, but I need this to be supportable in URP, and the high definition render pipeline doesn't really have the support that I need at this point. So anyway, I thought what I'd quickly do is to bring up, if I can find, bring up the asset store and actually highlight where these characters actually are. So Quang Fan, because I know I haven't done that in a previous stream. So just to sort of give a bit of a call out to the author of these models, because they're very good. I really do like them. So you can see the ones that I've purchased there. The Female Knight bundle, which actually, if I put this on the side, I'll be able to show you how those characters look in this environment. Okay, so this is the Female Knight here. This is this pack, and you can see a little bit of difference in the quality there. That's the high definition render pipeline version. This is the universal render pipeline version, and they've obviously put on some different textures and things in this particular one, but you can see what I like about it is the variety of armor equipment pieces. So that's that one. I tend to buy these assets when they're on special on the Unity asset stores. It's 50% off at the moment on that one. So I bought this about maybe a year ago. Hang on, what is it? 30th of June, sorry, 6 months ago. And yeah, that's a really good pack, that one. Lots of armor pieces, and so I'm working through with that one. So Quang Fan is the name of this artist. Definitely want to sort of give a call out to that artist, and you can see there you've got the Ravens Templar Knight, which I'm using, the Mage and the Archer. The Huntress, I'm going to be bringing this one in tonight on the stream, so you'll see this one, and I'll explain why I'm using this one. There's a Reaper, so that's sort of like a Grim Reaper character. You've got the Ghost Lady S2 Templar Knight, which is over here. Ooh, there she is, this one here. And what have I got here? Raven's S1 Assassin, which I believe is this one. Fairy S2, which is this one with either the staff or the bow, so it can be configured as an archer or a sorcerer. There's an assassin there somewhere. There's the female assassin, and Berserker. There's the Berserker S1. I don't think I've brought in the Fantasy Warrior one yet, so that will probably come in tonight. The Necromancer I brought, that was the last one that I did a couple of weeks ago, was the Ghost Lady S3 Necromancer. And you can see that a lot of these other packs are not necessarily going to work with a medieval themed project. So that's sort of the reason why I've chosen this particular artist, and to basically build up the player character models from this base, because it's quite a broad spectrum of looking characters, as you can see, male and female, and it's good. There's quite a sort of a mix of one of each sex of each sort of class of role-playing character. So there'll be lots of other NPCs, but for the moment, this is what I'm working with. On top of these characters will be other things. So they do have their own sort of armor sets. So this female knight, for example, has got plate armor over the top, but you can configure it without that. And I'll take you through the process that I've been doing to reorganize the armor sets so that they work with Blink's RPG Builder. And what I'm going to be doing is loading other armor on top as well. So there will be multiple layers of configurable armor that will show up if you collect those items in the game and then equip them, if it's suitable for that type of character, of course. You know, the sort of Dungeons and Dragons sort of rule base would say that if you're a mage, you can't wear plate armor, for example. So there'd probably be some rules around that sort of thing, so that the types of armor that you would equip would be appropriate to the class that you're playing as. It's not really D&D that this game is based on, but there'll be some similarities, and I'll draw certainly from my experience with D&D, which I think is like 2nd edition or 3rd edition, from way back. Anyway, so I just wanted to give a bit of a call out to Quang Fan. Thank you very much, Quang Fan, for coming up with some excellent models. That's really what I wanted to say at this point, is that's where they're coming from, the Unity Asset Store. I do believe that they also work in Unreal Engine. And I think that some of the demo scenes might have been built in Unreal Engine, I'm not sure. But yeah, my chosen tool of choice is Unity. Okay, so what I'm going to do at this point is to just check in my code's already checked in, so that's all good. I did notice on the last stream, after sort of checking the stream video, that I'd missed a few things on some of these characters, so I just want to go back and fix up a few things and then move on and start adding in the other. I think there's another 3 or 4 characters to be added in as player characters, and hopefully I'll get through that either in this stream or over the weekend. So there will be another stream Saturday and another stream on Sunday, and hopefully by the end of that all the player characters will be in, and I'll then be systematically going through and configuring them with Blink and hopefully with Salsa for the lip sync. And it's at that point really that we'll start linking it in with the Malber's horseriding system, so that I can start riding around on a horse, firing weapons and so forth in a scene. And that's where it obviously gets a lot more, you get a feel for the playability of the character, what they look like with different animation sets and things like that. So that's my plan over the next couple of streams, is to finish off these characters, get them wired up, and actually start plonking them into a scene that you can see. So with that said, with this stream, please add any questions in the chat. If you have questions about the process that I'm following, or about the assets, or about the game itself, please feel free to just drop a question in the chat, and if I spot it come up, I'll try and answer it as soon as I can. Okay, so let's quickly, and keep doing that, let's quickly configure this view to make it work a little bit better. We've had a lot of thunderstorms in Australia over the last few weeks, so it's playing up with my asthma. Anyway, right, so this is the female knight character, a bundle. It's blue, it's a prefab, and it has been set up with the RPG builder from Blink. So let me just quickly bring up that so that you know which product I'm talking about. Blink RPG. So it's this product here, RPG builder. And you'll see in the example that they provide, they're using a low poly styled game environment. When I first started playing with this product and getting it configured in some demo scenes, it feels very much like World of Warcraft. The way the spells have cooldowns and things like that, you can use, obviously it's out of the box, it's designed to work neatly with keyboard and mouse, but there'll be a number of other things getting wired in here that will probably change that. Most notably, Invector will be using as its third-person controller for the characters. Invector will be talking to Malbers to do the horse riding and mounted shooting of arrows and those sorts of things. But then on top of that, you've got Rewired, which is the product that's actually going to be reading all the inputs from all the different controllers and mapping them to Invector and Malber's horse riding and so forth. So I think in terms of control, I need to have a think about how, if you've got a spell bar or something like that, how you would invoke those meaningfully from, say, a gamepad. The other aspect with the game is that it's also got a VR mode, so that if you, a bit like World of Warcraft, if you zoom your mouse wheel in enough, you'll actually zoom to the character, so you become first person, and you zoom out and you become third person. That first person mode shares a lot of common elements with VR mode, because effectively you're looking around with the mouse just like you're looking around with a headset. The controls are obviously going to be, I've got an HTC Vive Cosmos here, so that's what I'm using for testing. But yeah, your controls will change quite dramatically because the camera is obviously driven by the headset, and the movement controls are then constrained by whatever type of VR controller you have and how they're mapped through Rewired. But the reason I've chosen Rewired in particular is because it has quite a broad spectrum of input controls that can be done fairly flexibly across a number of platforms. So ideally this code base is going to be on PC, but also Mac OS and consoles. So the idea is to get a reasonable beta working on the Windows platform, and to systematically integrate the VR components where it makes sense to, and also make it available for porting to the consoles. It's not really, I think it's going to be too heavy for mobile. I might do a cut down version for mobile at some point, but yeah, that's the intention. It may be in stages. So the first release I'm anticipating mid next year. That release date is likely to be the Windows version, because that's what I'm testing with. I do have an Apple Mac here that I will be testing to see if I can get a Mac OS version ready, but I know the market share of Mac OS is quite a bit smaller than Windows. And of course consoles will probably have their own timeline because of the process that you've got to go through with Sony and Xbox partners and all those sorts of Nintendo and those sorts of things. But that's the plan, is to eventually get them all rolled out. So anyway, that's the Blink RPG builder. Another couple of call outs for a couple of these other assets that I've been using is Malber's Horseriding system, which is fantastic. So good for the price, $30 US. These are US prices. It's got some demo characters in there that are I think there's an Assassin's Creed type character which effectively has the Assassin's Creed type controls. There's a cowboy character that you basically switch out and put these characters in their place and hook them up so that they're holding onto the reins in the right place, put the feet in the stirrups in the right place, and they mount and dismount the horse with one of the mapped controls. I can't remember what it is on a gamepad, but basically I think you press F on the keyboard and it mounts and dismounts. That's out of the box. I've managed to get it to work very, very easily, so I'm really pleased with the Malbers. Rewired here is this is the Guava Man Enterprises product, and yeah, this has, well, you can probably see from that the spectrum of controller types that are basically mapping all these inputs together and then passing them through to whichever is your player controller. But you can see the breadth of this thing is quite extensive. It's got a lot of third-party integrations with other things. So just a few of these other pieces that I am using. I've got the... where did I saw it just then? Quest Machine. And the dialogue system from Pixel. I think Pixel Masters, I think it is. So that will be running the main dialogue in the system. Questmaster, is it Questmaster? Quest Machine. This is the one that basically will be issuing quests from NPCs and handing in quests, getting rewards, and so forth. So the fact that these packages have integrations already with some of the other packages, that's basically what I've been doing over the last 6 to 12 months, is acquiring assets that will work together, testing them to make sure they do, and figuring out the best way to make them work in this game. So yeah, Rewired. Were there any others? Let's just have a look. Yeah, the Salsa LipSync. So this is a lip sync approximation tool, so it doesn't do the phoneme mapping of the mouth shapes as much as I'm aware. It may do, but essentially it is it is using a real-time processing of audio to figure out how to modify the mouth shapes. And each character that you put it on, you obviously need to make sure that it's wired up to have the right connections to the mesh on the face and the armature to be able to move the jaw, the top lip, the bottom lip, the nose, all those sorts of things, as obviously if you want to make it look realistic. Again, these have third-party integrations. Not many of these I'm using at the moment, I think. Dialogue system for Unity, I think, is the main one there, which is let me just bring up that one. Dialogue system. Here we go. Pixel Crushers. There we go. Pixel Crushers dialogue system. So very, very... the demo scene, I guess, gives you a sense of, out of the box, what the dialogue system looks like in terms of you're looking at an NPC, they're presenting some audio, they're presenting some dialogue text, and then you're choosing a dialogue answer, and then it's basically going through a tree system to actually pick what's going to happen. So this is the node-based visual editor is what I like about this in particular. The user interface will be changed quite dramatically, and the way that I'm looking to do this, the camera is going to have effectively like cutscene type cinematics to be able to show dialogue between characters in real time. So the camera is going to be panning, potentially, or framing both parties in the one window. But you'll have some method of choosing dialogue lines from this structure, basically. And obviously you can see in here that there's the ability to build up tree structures with various things. This actually links in very closely with Pixel Crusher's other product, which is the Quest system. You can see the integrations here. Rewired is in there. Quest Machine is in there. Invector, third-person controller, that's there. So a lot of these packages, Artisy Draft is another one that I'm using. So a lot of these packages out of the box have an integration with each other, but you still have to, you've got to create all the content. You've got to make sure they're all compatible in the same Unity version that you're working with. So there's a fair bit of testing and integration to get them to actually work in a way that makes sense. So there's an RPG example. So it doesn't have to look like this. It can look like whatever you want to make it look like, basically. So it's just a user interface. Really what the product is about here is the structure behind this node-based editor. I believe Blink's got something similar, but I'll be switching out the Blink one and using dialogue system from Pixel Crushers to do this. So the other thing that this will be doing is, as it reads out the dialogue lines, it's going to be playing recorded voiceover dialogue audio. So this is going to be an MP3 file or something, or a WAV file that's going to be played back when that text is presented. I suppose you could sort of look at Fallout. In Fallout 3, the player character doesn't have an audio. You choose dialogue, but it doesn't actually present the audio. You don't know what the player sounds like. Whereas Fallout 4, you do. So it's probably more based on the Fallout 4 model where NPCs have dialogue and the player has dialogue, and you can hear and see those characters interacting with one another. So that's the idea of this. And of course, Salsa comes in to actually take the audio that's then being played by the dialogue system to then animate the face in a proximate way. So it's not going to be perfect, but I think it will do a pretty reasonable job, considering I'm one developer, an indie developer. So to be able to do all these things and make it look, hopefully, AAA quality, but to be able to do it myself over this period of time is a bit of a challenge. But I think some of these products have got a lot of capabilities that I want to be able to leverage. So I just thought I'd give you a bit of a background on these sort of components that are coming together in this project. You'll start to see these over the next few streams get pulled into the project. I've got them working as separate projects in their own right, just to make sure that they're working with the right version of Unity, that they're compatible with the universal render pipeline, and that I can integrate them without too many conflicts. So that's where basically that's where I'm at. And I'm doing the characters because I think that's pretty core to, you're going to be looking at these characters a lot in the game. You're going to be moving around, so they will have animations. I've got several thousand animations in a library to be able to apply to these characters, and they come with some as well. So there's a multitude of animations that will be applied. All right, so I think that's enough talking. Let's get going with doing some of this tidy up stuff. So, female knight. This structure. If you've not seen my stream before, I'll just quickly sort of recap. The structure here with the armature parent is effectively, this is how the character is rigged. And let me actually go to the female knight. So this armature is what is going to control the movement of the head, the spine, the legs, the hands. It's got inverse kinematics on the hands and the feet, which are important for horse riding and holding weapons and so forth. One of the things that I have been doing in bringing in these characters and sort of acquiring them on the asset store, then having a look at them, is to assess whether they've got rigging down to the face, down to the mouth. Because if you look at this character here, I'm a bit disappointed with this one, this night one. It's rigged, so it has night body. I think it's the one. Yeah. So it's got eyes are rigged. There we go. Pelvis, spine, neck, head. Now, that means that there's no rigging on the face, so there's not going to be any animated mouth movement. It's going to be, he'll be able to walk around, he'll be able to animate his head, but he's not going to basically be talking as a dialogue character. So my thinking with this one is, if I can take the mouth out of this guy, and there is a mouth in there, put it in this guy, actually create the rigged face around him, because I think a lot of the actual quality of the mesh and the textures are quite good. Give him a helmet or something like that. If the rigging doesn't work out on him, basically put a helmet on him and he'll be a character that you interact with. And the audio recording for his voice might be a bit sort of echoey, so he's talking under his helmet or something. I don't know. There'll be a way around it, I'm sure. But yeah, it's kind of disappointing sometimes when you spend $50 on an asset, and you've looked at the asset store page and you figured out that the character looks really good. It'll work in universal render pipeline, or at least you can convert it, so that's good. And you get it in and you have a look at it, and then you find out that there's no mouth rigging, there's no blend shapes on the character to be able to control the face, which essentially means that you now can't really implement that as a dialogue driven character with lip sync. And that kind of, it's I haven't gone back to any of these developers and asked for money back, but I want to sort of see what I can do with them. But there is that risk when you're basing it on assets that you purchase, that they may not meet your needs completely. And of course I could write to the developers before I purchase the assets, but I get a lot of them on special when they're on special for a few days. So by the time you get some turnaround on the emails, it's too late. So anyway, I'm quite happy with the model. The one thing is that it doesn't have the mouth, the blend shape. So if I hide his head, you can see his eyes are separate, but he's got no mouth, so he's not going to be able to open that mouth, even if it was rigged, because there's nothing inside. This guy's different. So he's not a Quang Fan model either. He has Knight Errant, I think is this character. He has a root, and that you can see the structure is quite different from the other ones that I've been working with. The naming is different, but the structure is pretty much the same. Head, and then this is the important bit. So he's got the ability to, let's just go into isometric view and then go to the front. That's a bit better. Okay, so he's got the ability to sort of move some of these things around. Let's go with it's a little bit extreme. Some of these movements are very, very subtle. So in testing Salsa and sort of playing with the lip sync, I've been playing some audio through and then just sort of tying it into the lip sync software to see what it does. And some of the movement in the face is so subtle. You know, something like that might be all that you need to get a gesture. The human eyes are very good at recognizing facial movements and reading expressions and things like that. So you really don't need to be excessive with this stuff. A lot of these movements are going to be rotation based and also movement based. So they'll be sort of translating positions as well. So I've got to work through that and try and come up with basically a pattern of how best to apply the mouth shapes. I think they call them phoneme shapes. But Salsa does an approximation. So it's really not using individual phoneme shapes. It's using a range basically from sort of a small sound to a big sound in terms of opening your mouth wide and those sort of things. So it needs a lot of testing. I've got it working with this guy, which I'll probably demo a little bit later. So he has all the mouth blend shape. He's got Salsa installed on him, and it's configured with Vizime configurations there. And you can see there's a say small, say medium, say large on there at the moment. So that's basically how wide the mouth opens. But that's not going to represent, you know, an ooh or a, you know, a buh sound. It's going to be sort of just the mouth opening slightly and then a bit more and then a bit more. So you can add these Vizimes in and they sort of simulate how the phonemes would work. But it needs a fair bit of playing with to get it to work. I've basically wired it into this guy and got it working at a very base level just to sort of prove the concept. And it's got an emoter in there, so basically that allows it to move eyelids, to do blinking, to furrow the brow, to twitch, sniff, all these sorts of things, which will just give little twitches in the face as someone's talking. These are randomized and you can control how it's randomed. And it's also got an eye mover on here as well, and that is going to configure who they're looking at. So are they looking at the other player character or are they looking around? So just give you a bit of an idea. Bear with me for just 1 second. Okay, I'm back. Sorry, I'm sneezing into the microphone. All right. Yeah, so Salsa's got quite a few aspects to it. I may or may not use the eye configuration because I've got another package called, there's one called Advanced Eyes. So this is actually the pack I'm using to have the eyeball rendered. So this is what they look like. I think if you've seen the previous streams, you will see that I've actually used these quite extensively on all the characters. It's got a nice set of of eyes. The other pack is realistic eyes. Realistic eyes. And this one is more about the realistic eye movements. And this one does some minor sort of head movement and the eye movements. And it's quite astonishing. It's in the demo scene that they give you. You have the character looking directly into the camera, and it's quite it's very realistic the way that it's done. The blink rates can be changed, where they look, the stare, all those sorts of things. And of course this is just wired up to any particular model that you have, and I'm wiring them up here to Quang Fan's models, but also to a number of NPCs. And again, it's really just a way of getting more realism into the game, and it's not about the dialogue or anything. It's just about what the attention looks like between the characters to make the dialogue look realistic, I guess. And of course they've got recorded audio, so they're going to have lip sync and audio with a bit of text on screen as well, obviously to allow you to choose your text responses to dialogue interactions, but also subtitles and those sorts of things. So that's kind of gives you, I guess, an idea of how these pieces sort of fit together, I guess, into sort of the base of this game. All right, so I think let's leave this helmet off because I'll probably do a demo a bit later of this lip sync. I wanted to look at these characters because I think these haven't been tidied up in terms of structure. So this one here, this is the Quang Fan Furry S1 or S2. I can't remember which one it is, but it's the one with the archer or the mage. So what I've done here is to bring it in. I think I've fixed up the textures and things so they actually look pretty good in Universal Render Pipeline. And the hair looks okay, the materials look okay, it looks like leather, it looks like plate armor, it looks like cloth, so I think I'm happy with the materials. What I haven't done with it is to reorganize the structure of this player, because in order for Blink RPG Builder to be able to turn on and off equipment sets, so for example, I think this is those things there, in order for it to be able to turn off those brace wings, which I think are what are they, Rare braces, I think is the right name for them. In fact, let me just rename them now. Rare braces, so there's a pair of them. In order for RPG Builder to know that when you pick up an item, or it's going to be a pair of items in this case, and then put them in your inventory and then you equip them, it needs to know what that equip means and it would be in terms of turning on that mesh rendering to be able to show them equipped over the character. It needs to know that this particular slot in the structure is mapped in the right place to an upper arm slot versus a shoulder slot, because you could have, of course, something in addition. So I think in this one's case, she's actually got a lot of armor in this one. Shoulder. Yeah, you see the shoulders are actually, there's that shoulder set, and then there's a left and a right pauldron, and they're actually different. They're different configurations, so I've split them up to be able to use them independently. And then there's heavy pauldrons versus the light pauldrons, so they're different. And then there's that one on the right, and of course if you put them all on, it's complete overkill. It's rendering multiple layers that doesn't need to. So they're basically like effectively 5 different armor pieces that you could collect in the game, and they'd have stats associated with them. And then putting them in your inventory and then equipping them is going to start rendering them on the player like that. In this case, that's going to be a pair of items. In the case of these, it might be one, and you might find two of them in the game. So you've got two left pauldrons and no right one. Well, you can't put two. You can't put a left on a right, so forth. So that could make it quite interesting. I think it'll make it quite an interesting dynamic in the game, that you're equipping this stuff as you find it. And of course, what Blink RPG Builder is doing is it's figuring out which ones it needs to turn on and off, and whether or not there's something underneath it that it needs to hide. So my rationale for going through this process now is, while I'm looking at these characters, is to set up these structures and name them in a similar way from one character to the next. So hopefully that makes sense. All right, so I'm just going to turn all this on. The character's looking okay, so I don't need to really do anything with the textures or anything. Oh, there's something wrong with that bra, whatever that is, underwear bra. So this, basically everything's been turned on here. The feet are turned on, including the boots, which isn't right. But I just want to be able to reorganize these so that they're in the right structures. And I'm going to use the female knight as my template because I know I've configured that one right. So apologies if you've seen this before in a previous stream. After you do a few of them, they kind of look the same, but I just want to get these done. Okay, so I'm going to create an empty in there called Armature parent. I think I'm going to use the underscores for this convention. Armature parent. Inside that, I'm just going to move my mic up a bit. Inside that is going to be another empty called Armature. And then inside that goes the root, which is basically all the rigging of the character. So it's in the same place on both characters. It's very, very easy then to find, say, the inverse kinematics hand position. That's important. You're going to use that all the time. So having them in the same place every time is very handy. I think I might have mentioned this before, that some of these characters have the hair. The mesh of the hair is actually embedded in the armature. I don't quite know why. I know that the hair will flow with, I think it's got, where is it here? I think it's got a physics bones script on it, so that it obviously moves the hair with the character. As you jump, the hair will go up and it will follow slightly behind the character. And one of the things that I tested was to just cut that from there and move it, or drag it from there back into the main mesh. Well, what happened is it actually dislocated the armature from it, so it no longer animated the hair, and the hair just kind of hovered behind the character. So I'm leaving it in place for the moment until I figure out how best to do that. But one of the things that Blink RPG Builder is going to have to do is, if you equip the hood, in some cases it actually needs to hide the hair, otherwise the hair pops through the hood and so forth. So if it's hiding the hair, it needs to know that it's part of the armature that it's hiding. So it's a little bit fiddly. Anyway, alrighty. I don't think there's a lot that I'm then doing with the armature. I think that's fine. I'm then creating one called meshes, which is effectively where the main character pieces go. Also creating one called armor, which is where all the equipable things go. So clothing, all that sort of stuff. Armor. Okay. I'm going to move that up so that's in the right position, and the armor goes there. And this should be reasonably straightforward because I think they're separated. Boots, bottom body, that's actually legs and things, that's part of the base mesh. Cloth hat, that's part of the armor set. Body separates, so these are actually the underlying renders of the body, so they're part of this thing, the meshes. The gloves are a piece of armor. Head separates, that's actually the head, that's important. Oh yeah, this is the one that was elven. So The game is medieval, but it is not fantasy insofar as having elves and dwarves in the Tolkien sense. There will be other supernatural aspects to it, but it's not elves and dwarves and orcs and those sorts of things. There'll be other types of characters. So in this sort of one thing I've noticed with these Quang Fan models is the head shape, I think, is the same on all of them. So what I may actually do is switch, just copy the head from one of the other characters, put it in there without having to mess around too much with trying to edit the ears in Blender, which I think would be a little bit fiddly. But I can do it if I need to. All right, so that's the head, the cloth cap. There's a helmet, which is really not a helmet. It's more like a, I don't know what you call it. It's probably, I need to look at the name of this thing. Like a chain with a pendant on it, on a forehead. I need to look that up. Pelvis. So I think these are bags and belts and stuff. So that would be armor equipable things. And there's a top body, which is basically, okay, that looks like it could be a combination of, yeah, okay. So that's going to be a mixture of things. Some of that is equipment, some of it is body parts. It's like top body there, that looks like it's arms and shoulders and neck. So that's going to go into body separates. Actually, these body separates go back into there, like that. Get rid of that. Okay, the leggings, what are they? Okay, so they're actually almost like a component of the boot, but they could be a separately equipped piece. So that's good. So that will be that'll be going into armor. I'm going to reorganize that in a moment. And what else we got? Underwear. That's going to be part of the base character. And top body. There we go. What's that one? Okay, so there. Cloth. And that. Okay, so that's like an cloth. I don't know what to call it. I'm going to call it a drape piece at the moment. I need to look up what these names. Cloth. Piece. Just give it a temporary name. I'm just going to plonk it in here. Back rope. What is that? Back rope. Okay. Okay, so that's looks like it holds up the back of this piece to the neck, because there's a neck piece. So there's a piece on the front and a piece on the back. Okay, so that might be part of another piece. I don't think that would be an equipable piece on its own, but it would be part of another mesh. Pelvis rope. Okay, that's going to be some sort of belt thing. There's bags, belt jewel. Okay, pelvis cover. So that's like a is it a pauldron? I think it might be a pauldron. Rarer braces we've looked at, so they're going to be on the arm. So that will be in there. Okay, so then we've got a chest piece, which is a piece of armor. We've got chest cloth, which actually isn't a chest cloth. It's like a skirt tabard thing. I don't know what the right name for it, but it's certainly not a chest piece. It's starting at the waist, so that's going to go in there. Oop, that goes there. And then there's a neck piece, and that looks like, okay, so that's, yeah, that's like a choker. And what else? We've got rope jewel. Okay, so that's just a piece of ornamental stuff. And then there's a top body, which should now be an empty. Right. So I'm probably taking a bit longer to do this than I would normally do, just because I'm annotating it for the stream. I'd normally just sort of hammer through this stuff. But I think it does give you a sense of how much effort goes into these to get them from, you don't just, I suppose you could just drag and drop them into the project and go, but Blink RPG Builder isn't going to know about the armor sets. You're just going to have this character running around with whichever set is equipped. And if you toggle some stuff on and off, then that's what the character is going to look like throughout the whole game, unless you go through this process of taking these pieces and putting them in the right places and creating slots and creating an inventory item with its own stats and effects, and having a 3D model of it that you look at, so if it's on the ground or if it's in an inventory or a chest or something. What's the user interface look like? Does it have a picture of the item that looks something similar to how it is? So that's there's a lot involved in it, but I'm really trying to get at least the player character side done, so that Blink RPG can start picking it up from there. Right. Now that we've got those in that set, there is another piece that needs a bit of that. So these are actually weapons. And they are actually wired into... That's surprising. Okay, the weapon is actually wired into the armature, which is not right, because we need to be able to switch that weapon in and out. We're not going to have hundreds of weapons sitting there in here. We need to be able to attach it and render it in alignment with the inverse kinematic position of the hand. It is in the hand, but it's in this position. It's got a weapon slot in the hand, but it shouldn't actually be sitting right there. I'm going to leave it there for the time being, because if I take it out and break something, I don't want to have to try and come back and figure that out and do it all over again. I'm going to test that separately, just make sure that that can be removed safely without screwing it up. Alright, so the weapons actually would normally be in an armor slot at the bottom called weapons. So I'm going to create these slots now and start moving some of these clothing pieces around into the right slots. And you'll notice the structure here. Some of them are add-ons and some of them are swaps. So the add-ons just layer on top, so you can put the rarer braces on over the top of whatever is there. It's not a problem. With the gloves, there's a different issue, because you're getting flashing, because it's rendering a hand with exactly the same transform information as the glove. So you've got two meshes competing for presentation, and that's going to flicker like hell. So we want to turn off the hand when the glove is rendered, and we want to turn off the glove when the hand is when it's not equipped. So that's really important. So there will be glove swaps or hand swaps, and the rarer braces will be add-ons, and that's essentially what RPG Builder needs to know about to be able to do that stuff. Once it's wired up that way, you can actually get playing the game, and that stuff just works. It's brilliant. So next couple of sessions we'll get into that, and I'll actually show you it with this stuff being equipped in it, unequipped, put in the inventory, all that sort of stuff. Okay, so let's close the meshes up. Let's look at the armor sets and just create these armor folders. So I've got a head slot, which will be for a hood probably. I've got back add-ons. I'm going to move these folders around in a minute. I really should create a shortcut for this. I wonder if I can. Shortcuts. Trick is to find something I haven't used before. Create. T. Control Shift N. requires 2 hands. Ah, okay. I'll give that a go. Control Shift. Let's put it at the bottom. That's not very handy. Okay. Neck add-ons. Let's see if we can get this again. That's adding it in the bottom every time. Isn't that interesting? So when you use it as a shortcut, it doesn't add it context sensitive where it should go. Shortcuts. Create empty. Alt Shift N. Create empty child. That's what I should be doing. Alt Shift N. Alt Shift. Yeah, even that's a bit of a stretch. Anyway, okay. We'll continue going with that as Alt Shift N. Alright. Neck add-ons. Shoulder add-ons. Okay, creating Alt Shift N. That's better. Alt Shift N. Chest swaps. Okay, so chest swaps is obviously going to hide the skin underneath. I'm not sure that's going to be used on this one. It might be a chest add-on in this case. Chest add-ons. What have we got? We've certainly got arm add-ons because we've got those rarer braces. I think that's what they're called. Hand swaps. Waist add-ons, which will be the bags and belts and stuff. Leg swaps. And you know what? I think there's going to be a leg add-ons because we've got those these things. They look like they can be added rather than swapped because you still got the leg there. Okay, so leg add-ons. What else we've got? We've got feet swaps, which will obviously turn off the feet when you're into the boots, and weapons, which currently will be empty, but will need to contain those items that are currently sitting in the armature. Alright, let's reorganize. Reorganize. Okay. I like these being top to bottom so that you can kind of look down the hierarchy from head to toe, essentially. What have I done? I've put them all in the same layer. That was stupid. That's probably a quick way of doing this, but I've got to do what I know. I don't want to sit here trying to optimize stuff while I'm streaming. Okay, so they're all in there, and let's put them in the same order here. So head slot is, well, we know weapons are at the bottom, the head slot's at the top. Okay, we've got the back, we've got the neck, shoulder, chest swap, chest add-ons, arm add-ons and arm swaps. We wouldn't have arm swaps, that's fine. Hands, hand swaps, leg swaps, leg add-ons, feet swaps, waist. So the waist is going to go in after hands. Right, so that's the structure. And we can now just plonk these where they go. Boots. Rare braces are arm add-ons. Cloth hat is going to be, see, there's a neck piece and some hair, so that's going to need fiddling about with, that one. This thing's interesting because it's, I mean, they can actually be 2 or 3 separate armor pieces. So you could have the rarer braces as their own piece. You could have these arm pieces without the arms. Hang on, let me put the upper body back in. These can be equipped separately. The gloves can be equipped separately. Actually, it's got like a vambrace thing and a glove, so that's cool. I like the fact that they're all separate because it opens up options for lots of different inventory items, equipable items with their own stats. So that's good. I like that. All right. Rarer braces. But of course you can combine some of these. So for example, the cloth drape, you could have a set of rarer braces that are on their own, like that. But you could have a set of these things, whatever they're called, and the drape things equipped together. That could be one equipable piece with maybe a slightly different color or something, or a slightly different material, or glowing effect or something. And it's still going to render just the same as long as it's in the same slot. So that's what I'm looking at here. So these are going to be arm add-ons like the rarer braces, but they could be added in addition to the rarer braces. So that's cool. Alright, got the gloves, and there's the actual glove hand, and these things are like the van braces, so I'll come back and rename them once I figure out what the right names are. Rope jewel. Okay, so it's a chest piece, it's a chest add-on, I think. It might turn out to be just part of the... I don't know that it would be equipped as an item. It might just be part of that. Oh, might just be part of this whole chest piece. So that is going to be chest armor. Chest armor. That is likely to be a chest add-on. I think that's going to be a chest add-on. The problem is that the chest cloth needs to come off when that's done. So that, yeah, that's in the meshes, that's fine. That's the underwear, okay. Because that's obviously popping through, you don't want that. You want, when you equip this piece here, to be turning off those pieces, or at least that piece. That's how it should look. It is fiddly, and I'm trying to display this in a way that doesn't make this rude by unhiding pieces that shouldn't be there. So I'm going to leave the underwear on for the moment. Right, we've got the neck choker, which goes on the neck add-ons, which may actually be part of this armor set anyway. I'll figure that out later. Back rope. Okay, so that was part of the... I think that's going to be part of the neck add-on thing as well. Because it's almost like the back piece of this thing. Actually, I might just... no, I'll leave it for now. I'll come back to that. Okay, so the next one is going to be pelvis. So they are waist pieces. Waist add-ons. Cloth hat goes into the head slot, and the helmet. These are the head slot. That's going to be head add-ons. No, it's not. No, it's not. There's going to be a head swap and a head add-on. Head swap. Head swaps. Because the helmet is an add-on, which is actually, I don't know what that's called. It's not a helmet. It's like a chain, crown, something. And then the cloth hat is going to be a swap, because that's probably going to need to turn off hair. And it looks like it even maybe turns off ears. I'm not sure. No, probably won't. I'm sure it's going to need to do something here. Anyway, I think it's a swap. Right. The leggings was a leg add-on. And shoulder add-on. She didn't have anything on the shoulders. The helmet we're going to rename. And then we've got this skirt tabard thing, which is actually a leg. No, it's going to be a waist add-on. It might be a waist swap. I don't want to overcomplicate this, but I think it may be a waist. Swap. All right, tread carefully. Okay. Let's go through and name these meaningfully. I think that's a hood. Cloth. So I'm describing what it is and then what it's made of, because there might be like a chest piece that's leather and another piece that's metal or something. So okay, hood cloth, and then it's got this piece, and then it's got that neck piece. So that's actually a neck add-on. In theory, you could do that and just have the neck piece. That works. They don't have to be together, they can be separate. And there's a hair piece that goes with it. Don't know why. It changes the look a little bit. It looks like the hair's coming through the hood. Okay. Alright, so let's go hood, cloth, hood, hair additional. These meshes, they should actually have their own structure in there as well. And there should be a customization. I'm going to use my new shortcut that I've discovered. Customizations. And normally the hair would be in there. Head separates. Where's all the rest of this hair? The hair's actually in the armature. So it's pretty messy at the moment. There's bits that are not where you'd think they'd be in the structure. They're kind of embedded in places that are inconsistent. And I think that's going to cause me some issues. At the very least in terms of finding items. Right. Head. Call that head base. And we've got eyelashes, eyes, eyebrows. This eye tier thing. What I discovered the other day playing is that the eye tier, this is FS2, eyebrows, eyes, face, let's just double check this, FS2, yes, FS tier, yes, okay, just make sure I've got the right materials. Most of my issues have actually been to do with materials getting switched out or using the wrong materials. So this tier thing I've discovered can actually do quite an interesting effect. And I think this was probably the intent of Quang Fan putting together these models. If we look at the alpha, it's not the right alpha, I don't think. Oh, he's tier. No, that is okay. Eyelashes alpha. Hair alpha. Metallic boost. Is that the one I was playing with before? No. Might not work quite as well on this particular model. You can actually increase the shininess of this so it looks like they're crying. That's what I wanted to demonstrate, but I don't think it will work without the right materials and textures on there. Let's just check the textures. Avatar, body, hair, alpha, eyelashes, dye mask, alpha. So it's using that texture. Quite sure what that is. So this might be an inconsistency in the model. Some of the models have got it, some haven't. I think this might be one that doesn't have it. Anyway, I'll come back to that. Right. Yeah, so that tier thing I think is like you just increase the shininess, the glossiness of that, and it looks like they're crying, which is quite a neat. It doesn't cry down the face, but the the eyes tear up, which I don't know, could use it to some effect in the game. It's quite neat. So I think that's what that's for. I think that's why it's there, because you can hide it and it doesn't really do anything at the moment, but I think that's where you boost the metallic, but it needs to have the right alpha to be able to do it properly. So anyway, getting ahead of myself again. All right, so we've got the head base. We've got neck, we've got top body, that becomes upper body. That becomes lower body, which could be legs. You've got feet, you've got hands. We're going to create that as a parent. Hands, lower body, feet, top body. I'm not quite sure what that is. It looks like there's two sets of someone's got the arms, one's only got the arms without these pieces. So that's interesting. Arms, top body, upper body, shoulders. Actually, yeah, that's right. Upper body, shoulders, and forearms. Forearms only. And then this one is just upper body. So they're going to be the same meshes, apart from this one's got a cutout, because you wouldn't bother using this one if you've got those arm things on. So that's what they're for, so that you're not bothering to render skin underneath. There's going to be some bits that just can't be optimized easily, but for the time being, that's fine. Right. So upper body, that looks right. That's down to the wrists. And then you've got the hands. And you've got the lower body, which looks like that's through to the ankles from the waist, which matches the upper body, so that joins together. That's good. And we've got the all-important underwear that needs to be there. Chest cloth. I would call that a bikini. Bikini underwear. I'm going to call it that just so I think it's consistent with the other ones. And there's another set there, so there's two sets of underwear, which is very odd. Bikini underwear. Bikini underwear 2. Bottom body A. Okay, so we've got the same sort of thing here with the lower body. Lower body. Lower body. Shins. Lower body and shins only. And that's the full lower body. Okay. Alright, then we've got those 3 configurations. Then we've got an empty container, which doesn't make sense to anything. And then your customization, which is normally where the hair would go, if there's different hairstyles and so forth. Some of these packs actually have multiple hairstyles because they're multiple meshes that can be. It's a bit like that, I suppose. You can have them as separate pieces. You can add them together. You can take them away. So I suspect this additional will go into, when I restructure it, will probably go into this customization. So I just want to leave it where it is for the moment. Do it as the artist intended, and then see how it works, I guess, with Blink. I'm a bit concerned with that bra being like that it is using totally the wrong materials. It is. It's using FK Avatar. So it's using an avatar's underwear, which is not right. Okay, so I'll put that back on, and I'm going to grab this and look for the equivalent material. FS2. That looks better. It looks like some very cheap cloth. It's still poking through, but that would be turned off on the basis of equipping armor over the top, or a swap, effectively. So bikini bra. This does make it a chest cloth. Make it a bandaged cloth, just to kind of describe exactly what it is. So that might be the starting position for the character. They normally start the game with very little, and you accumulate stuff, much like life. Now, okay, that's not right. That's not right at all. So that material is screwy too. And it is. Okay, avatar underwear, so that should be FS avatar underwear. That's better. And it looks like it's clipping because there's two versions of it. I don't know why there's two versions. Maybe because one was bundled with some other piece. Underwear 2, not needed. Just leave that there for the time being. Alright, so we've got that. And the interesting thing, actually, what I should do to optimize this a little bit, I know my machine's struggling, but I'm just going to turn off these other characters because they're not needed to be rendered all the time. I need that one. I don't need that one. And I don't need that. That should make it a bit easier. There we go. Much better. Alright. I'm going to hide these weapons out of the way. Ooh. Hide these weapons out of the way. Bow, weapon. There we go. Hide that, just so I can see what's going on. Right. Symmetric view, okay. Alright, so the underwear sorted, and we've got the feet down there. Underwear, lower body and shins. Okay, put that there. Feet, cool. Alright. Okay, it works. Hasn't really got any pants on. She got the skirt. I suppose that's the equivalent of it's like a skirt that's cut away on the side, I suppose. It could be a skirt. Tabard, yeah, no, I think that's fine. So this piece, so it's got quite a neat material on it. It kind of looks like a combination of different materials, I guess leather and metal filigree and I don't know what this, suede or something, and it's got quite nice PBR materials on it. I don't know what you would call that piece in terms of, I don't even know if it existed back in medieval times. I doubt it. It looks a bit too fancy, but anyway, it does in this game. I just want to call it something. I think it's like a chest leather armor leather. I think leather's going to be the main characteristic of it. And then we've got this rope jewel thing, which I think is probably going to be embedded with it. I'm going to merge them together by creating a parent above it that's got the same name as that. Whoop. Same name as that. Like so. So I think that is going to be the main armor piece. Right, we've got the chest done, we've got the rarer braces done, we've got the cloth piece there, which is fine. We've got the cloth armor piece. What are those called? Right, that's where I'm going to do some Googling. And let's have a look. Cloth armor medieval surcoat garment worn over armor. Well, it's not over armor. What are they on there? On like bicep, arms, upper arms, upper arms. So that's the rear brace there. Above the elbow. And this is kind of on the elbow as well. So it's almost like a sleeve. Let's make it arm, sleeve, cloth. Could be something else. It doesn't. It looks too shiny to be cloth. Could be like a very smooth leather or something. Maybe. Polished leather. Leather's fine. All right. Arm cloth drape. I don't know what they would be called. It certainly doesn't provide much functionality. With this character running around, this stuff is actually, you can see there's a cloth routine added to it. So it will actually animate these as she's jumping around and running. This will move with the character, or move slightly following the character. So it's quite good, and this bit will do the same. And the hair does the same thing. So that's quite neat to see it in action, which I will probably show you a bit later. All right, so we've got these things. I don't know what the hell they're called. Cloth, armor, drape, arms. How would you call them? I don't think it's a thing. I think it's a fantasy thing. Sleeve. Can't even find anything that's similar to it. I think it is a fantasy piece. Yeah, so this is kind of what I'm referring to in terms of using some historical reference information to actually give this stuff proper names. So you'll see on my other model, the bevel protects the neck at the front, the pauldrons on the shoulder. Okay, so that's a cuirass is the main chest piece. You've got the rear braces on the bicep. You've got the cutter on the elbow. You've got a vambrace on the forearm and a gauntlet on the hand. The folds are kind of near the waist and kind of onto the hips and the pelvis. Cuisses looks like the thigh. Pauline's is like a knee thing. Greaves is a shin, and then Sabaton's is. So that's in terms of plate armor. But I think in terms of when you're playing an RPG, if you're constantly picking up vambraces of something, you know they're going to go on the forearms. They're going to constantly go in the same place. So I think it's useful to have these armor pieces, no matter what they're made of, having appropriate names that historically mean something. So that's what I'm trying to do here, is obviously rename the pieces in the model to make it make sense. But remembering these pieces are actually going to become, that thing there is actually going to become an item in the game in RPG Builder. It's going to have its own stats. It might add, armor +1 or something, or it might add, it's got a little wing thing on it, so it's down to what we designed to put on it. Does it have some magical qualities or something, or is it just a display piece? So each of these pieces is going to have its own stats associated with it, and that's how RPG Builder actually will work. So we'll bring up RPG Builder. Quickly show you this. So RPG Builder has quite a lot in it. Combat. I want to go into stats, weapon templates, species combos. Quite a lot of stuff that you can add here. This is all customizable. This is out of the box what it looks like, but you create your own elements in here. There's your items. So, right, so this is out of the box. There's a novice plate helmet item, which has some base info. You can give it a 2D graphic, you can give it its own name, which would be, you know, well, actually, let's find an equivalent of what we're looking at here. So rarer braces, we'd actually create a rarer braces piece, which might be similar to the gloves, I guess. They'd have a rarer brace name, and maybe it's, you know, if there's different types of rarer braces, maybe this is a plate one, or this is a, you know, iron, or yeah, something like that. It has these attributes. It's all the sort of stuff that you'd see in World of Warcraft. You know, is it a grey item? Is it a green item? Is it a, you know, orange or purple? What type of item is it? Where does it go? What's the slot? So this is all what I'm doing here, is to kind of structure this in a way that makes this stuff easier, because of course I've got all these different characters that the player can play as, and I need to work out if you'd use this character versus this character versus this character, and you pick up a rarer braces item or pair of rarer braces, is it going to render correctly on each of these characters? Is it going to need to render, you know, the knight's plate version on this character and a leather version on this one for the same item? I don't know. I'm trying to figure this out still. So it's kind of the design of this is really to get the render looking good to start with, get the character looking good, pull all these items out and create them in RPG Builder here with these slots, and test the equipping and unequipping. And that's kind of where I'm at now, is unequipping, equipping. Does it look right when you turn them on and off? Equipping and unequipping. And then systematically build up these items, and then see what they're like to pick up those items with different characters, and which one does it render. It might be that you can't pick up rare, or you can pick up rarer braces as a mage, but you can't put them on. And you'll see games like Baldur's Gate, where if you're a mage and you pick up plate armor, if you're strong enough to pick up plate armor, you can't equip it because you're a mage. So it could be a limitation, and RPG Builder's got these sorts of things here. It's got quite a lot of requirements here. So this item, this is all just in this item. What mesh is it going to look like? Does it have sockets that you can add things into? What abilities does it have? What stats does it have? What does it do to the character? So there's a lot of, I would say, Excel spreadsheet type stuff where you've got to kind of work through and do balancing in the game to figure out how powerful are some of these items. And if you populate too many in the game, do you accumulate them too quickly, and then you can never be killed. So there's a lot of balancing here. But you can see why I've chosen RPG Builder, because of just the power of being able to configure all this stuff, and there's just one item on a character here, being just these rarer braces. So at the moment, obviously, it's the fun bit of seeing what they look like and what they actually look like in 3D render. But behind the scenes, it's going to then need stats that's going to then affect this character's, health or power or whatever. So that's really where the design aspects come into the fore. All right, so now you've seen RPG Builder from Blink. Very, very good product. Very powerful. All right, is there much more I need to do here? So Armature feet. We've turned the feet off. Boots. Oh, we've got boots and shoes, which is interesting. They look like they could just be two different configurations of boots. You certainly wouldn't have that. I don't think you'd have that as a thing. Maybe. What are they called? They are called armor, legs, pants, no, feet, greaves, leather greaves. I think that's what they are. Legs, leather, greaves. Greaves leather. And these are then feet, leather, shoes, feet, shoes, leather. And I think they could potentially be put in their own parent and then made as feet, boot, leather. So I've effectively just sort of created an item. So you start off like that. You've got these things up here which they're like legging leather. So that might be equipped separately, or they might be equipped with these pieces. I don't know. I don't know what stats they would provide. I don't know what they're made of. So you've got the Greaves. Unlikely that you'd pick up Greaves before you pick up boots. You'd probably want to get some shoes, but you might be running around in the game for a while with shoes. Turn the feet off. Running around the game for shoes, and then you've managed to find some Greaves, and maybe these Greaves they've got different materials and they look different because of course I can tailor the materials and the textures on that to make that look quite different. Now, I've done that with one of these other characters up here. The boots weren't red. I made them red, and it looks pretty funky because it kind of goes with the other colour schemes on that character. So yeah, it's pretty powerful. Alright, so I think that's good. Where are we? Legs, Greaves, so they're all fine. We've got the legging things. Greaves. I'm going to consider the Greaves as part of the feet, just because they are generally part of the boot thing. So I think on these characters, that whole section is actually one item. In this particular model, the whole thing can't be separated unless I take it into Blender and chop it apart, which is doable, but obviously fairly time consuming. It needs to be worth doing, and it might actually take a little bit of time, but I think those knee the pollines, I think these are, is that what I saw before? Yeah, the polline is the knee part. I think having them plate pollines as a separate item to the boot makes a lot of sense. And also on the front of it, it's a leather boot. You can see the leather, but there's obviously a plate piece in front of it. I don't know what that's called. That might be the sabaton piece. There's the Greave. It's very technical. Yeah, so I think that piece protects the instep. I'm not sure medieval women would walk around in high heels, but it's a stylized version, I guess, of medieval. It's fantasy medieval to some degree, even if it doesn't have elves in it. Alright, so I think that's fine. Turn off that. That's what I want to do. I want to look at these gloves. Alright, so we've got two parts to this. We've got like I think it's a vambrace and a gauntlet. So the vambrace protects the forearm. So what we've got here is a separate, so that becomes that's the right-handed one. Vambrace. Right. That'll be a vambrace. Left. This is leather. I've got a hand inside it. It's hard to tell with the hand there. Turn the hand off. Could be leather. And then you've got like a cloth thing there. So I think that's a glove. Leather. Right. Glove, leather, left. And then you've got the vambraces in there, which I think I'm going to create these as their own thing. Vambraces. Right. The question is, that's a problem. that's where the problem lies. If you turn the vambraces off, is there enough being rendered? Ah, there you go, you need the hand on there. Ah, that's a pain. Right. So if you pick up a pair of gloves and equip them without the vambraces, you want to turn the hands off because they render through, but then you lose the wrist. That's a pain. This is the sort of stuff you just discover when you go through the models, and maybe I'm using it in a way that Quang Fan hadn't originally intended, but that's fine. I'm going to work with that. What I may need to do is to take these two pieces into Blender or something similar and recut them, and then make this wrist part of that. So it doesn't. I don't know why it would cut off there. It's one of those things you discover when you start chopping the stuff apart, is how that's gonna look crap. I mean, you probably don't notice it from a distance when you're playing. By the way, when you're playing in RPG Builder and you're chasing the character around, obviously you're in a third-person mode, so you're seeing them generally sort of running away from the camera. But of course you can rotate the camera around. But even from that position you can still see it's not going to look good. You know, you've got all this work done on all this and then you've got a gap. So I'm going to need to fix this stuff. Because I do want to be able to, you know, equip the vambraces as a separate item. I think that's part of what makes the RPG fun to play, is having all these collectibles and equipables and what stats they give you. And you know, you would have gloves and you would have vambraces. They wouldn't necessarily be combined. So I'm going to need to deal with that in due course. Yeah, it's the process of discovery. Right. And this one, hand left. And I'm going to put left in there. And right. And turn it back on. Alright. And that's fine. And then we've got this upper body piece. Actually, that does go down to the wrist. I wonder if that's the solution, is that upper body piece. That might be the answer. Hang on. Turn off the vambraces. No. Upper body. No. So it's got the same cutout. That's a problem. It's got the same cutout. If you use the forearms, they've just cut out the middle part of the elbow there, and obviously nothing underneath the armor piece. So that's like an optimized mesh. And this is the fuller mesh. It just doesn't go down to the wrist where the gloves start. So that's a pain. Alright, I'm going to need to fix that. What I will probably do is just make myself a note here. Wrist section missing, just so that when I'm looking through this later, I know I need to do something with that. I can fix it because I just need to bring the hand, turn the hand on, take these two pieces, rejoin them, and then recut them in the right place, and then bring them back in again. And then they can be unequipped. The vambraces can be put on, which also looks fine. And the gloves can be put on. And the hands taken off. And those gaps filled. And then that's going to be fine. It's just probably, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes work. I'm not going to do it right now. I don't want to mess around in Blender at the moment while I've got Unity open. It's too much strain on my little computer. Anyway, right. I used to know about it now. I can deal with it, and that's all good. Just trying to figure out what these rarer braces are actually made of, or supposed to be made of, like the physically based materials, the PBR materials. It looks metal, but then it looks ceramic or something. And then this looks like rubber. It's quite an interesting effect. This definitely looks cloth. This looks like it's embossed plastic, but it is, and leather. I was wondering if I made that more chromy and less grey, how that would look. Any thoughts, guys, on what to do with this stuff? Because obviously you want to kind of make it look as good as it can be. There's a bag on the back. I've got to do the bag still. So yeah, I'm thinking turn that into chrome, or like a black, shiny black stuff like we have with the with this one. Quite a neat looking plate. Anyway, that's my thinking. Assassin, let's go back. This one, this is the one I want. So I think it's just a question of playing around with the material. And of course you can create multiple versions or flavours of a piece with different textures. Alright, so I'm going to have a quick look at it's got a mask, it's got metallic. Okay, so the metallic boosts there. Okay, that's that piece. I need to be on brace wings, FS2 clothing, chest armour, red. Okay, so it's all part of the same, it's using the same texture set for the whole lot. But it should, okay, that's the red there. Okay, that's cool. It's like the gold leaf part. And then you've got this, okay, so it's like a glowing gem, which does suggest that the shader's the one that's obviously controlling how it renders each of these pieces off the mesh. Okay, it's like a blue gem, which can be shot. Oh, that's quite cool. You know, depending on what you want to make it look like. But the grey obviously isn't something that this mask identifies as something that can be played with, because it's using different colour. Different colour pieces here. Let's open this up in Photoshop and have a quick look. My poor machine. There's so much stuff going on it. You hear the fan going all the time. It's just a little clunky desktop that I've upgraded some components on. Probably do need to invest in a proper build machine at some point. Come on, you can do it. Yeah, so obviously the red is one channel, the green is another channel, the blue is another channel, maybe the black is another channel. And that's obviously designed to sort of highlight where these gem things are. I just don't know if that's the gem piece there or something. It's hard to kind of unwrap this UV and figure out where these pieces are. But the shader's certainly using that information in the mask to figure out which of these 4 channels can be played with. That's actually affecting the main armour, even though I've got this one selected, and it's obviously using the same material. I think if I was to copy that material, use the same shader, maybe I can change this. I don't know, I just don't like the light grey. I think it looks a bit plain. This piece, not this piece, but this. I suppose it looks okay. I just want it more chromy. Okay, so that's how you get completely different colour schemes in your equipment sets. So I can make that blue, for example, which is a very different look to it. Just one subtle change can make quite a bit of difference to having the same item in the inventory, two different colours, different stats, but the same mesh. So it saves a lot. Obviously you don't want to overuse that sort of thing to have 500 different colours of the same thing with different stats, but I think if you've got items that look really good and then have a few varieties that make sense. We use it with potions all the time. You have a red health potion and a green poison or whatever, so out of the same bottle, different colours. I'm not going to do anything else with that at this point. I think I'm going to leave that. And we've got the rope jewel thing that's part of the chest armour, so that's all fine. We did the neck piece here, so we've got the choker. We've got the back rope piece, which is kind of like the choker piece. I actually think that is certainly not gonna. You're not gonna equip a back rope. I think it's part of. I think that whole thing potentially is part of the chest piece. I think that's what that whole piece should look like. That's what you're equipping. Because I don't think it makes sense to equip that up to there and then not have the neck piece and not have the back piece. So it's one of those things where you kind of neck choker, cloth. Okay, so the cloth is there. I'm going to move them down into there, and it's that. Oh, that is a whole piece now. So that is now the chest armor piece with all this attachment to it, and that is the piece. Okay. And then we've got this separate neck piece which I've separated from the hood. That's fine. I'm not overly convinced with the hair. What's going on with the hair here? Maybe it's alright. I think the hair's alright, so it's got this dither boost going. And I've got it pushed to the limit, so you can actually scale that back. It's okay, I think it's just the shape of it here. So, with the character customization, potentially the player, you can give a user interface to the player where they're changing a dial on the screen and it's feeding information to the shader on this thing here as to how long the hair is. And then you make it up to the player as to what it looks like. But I just want to have it looking reasonably okay as a starting point. So that's why I've got it as a dither. And of course you've got the is dyed, so you can allow the player to colour the hair too. So very subtle change, but yeah, I'm still not totally happy with these eyelashes. They look a little bit too messy for my liking. Not sure why. I don't know. Maybe they just need to be. Maybe I'll do them as the same colour as the hair. Alright, so the eyebrows. Hair. Alright, so that's that colour there. Grab that colour code. Sorry, I'm probably working slightly off screen. I don't know if you can see it. That's, I'm going to come back to this. I don't know why I used red. Maybe it was just to see if I could see a difference. Okay, so that's now the same. It's using the same brown as the hair. And I think I want to do. Yeah, it's using the same textures and colours settings there. It's very subtle. It does look it's got some flickering, which is suggesting that the meshes are overlapping and clipping each other. I just think it's perhaps a little bit too dark. I'm not sure what it is about it. It's something. I think it's maybe it's bringing the dither down a little bit, make it a little bit fainter. I think that looks a bit more realistic, apart from the pointy ears. Alright. I'm faffing around here. I don't know why I'm spending so much time on this. Feet. Turn the feet off. Alright. And the only other thing I think I needed to figure out here, the neck piece, and then we got the hood cloth. That's all cool. We've got 2 layers of hair. And the only difference with that is kind of like the same hairstyle. That's a bit of a problem with it clipping through the hood. See, if you haven't got if you've got the hood, that looks fine. If you don't have the hood, if you've just got the neck piece, then the hair goes through it. That again could need some work. It looks okay from the front, but if you're following the character, and it just may look like, what the hell? Maybe the hair's underneath that hood thing and it's on top and the front. I don't know. Okay. What I do want to do here, jumping all over the place, is to come back to the waist and get the bags sorted out here. So, okay, so you got this bag thing here. So the bag off, then you got a belt thing here. Here, this piece is called a fold. It's one of these things, or a tasses. Folds. I think it's a fold. I think that's the name I've been using on the other pieces. So it's going to be a waist fold plate, and it's only on the left. Alright, and it's got a belt. It's unlikely to have a fold on its own, but you could have a belt without a fold, so that could be a thing. And of course this is all extra design, so it could just be a belt on its own. So I think all these pieces are fine as separate pieces at the moment. I think once I bring it into RPG Builder and I start looking at the items and start sort of mapping, see if I can fit this in the screen a bit better, mapping the these items into inventory items or pieces that can be found and equipped. I think that, and when you start to look at these stats and things in the slots, that's where these may be merged into one item. So certainly the folds don't make sense on their own. They need the belt with it, because you need to actually have something to attach it to. It's only one-sided, so if it can be mirrored, it looks like it's a mirrored. It could be something that can just be flipped onto the other side. Orientation. Something to think about. Anyway, I'm not sure that looks like it's just a display piece like I've done here with the chest. Just attach it to the chest and it's part of it. Then you've got this gem thing which maybe has magical properties. The bag is potentially something that can be added later, although I don't know how you're going to hold inventory if you've not got a bag of any sort. But it's never stopped an RPG before, having characters running around with equipment that you don't know where they're holding the equipment. Anyway, I'm just going to put belts. Actually, no, what I'm going to do is I'm going to move all of them up one level in the hierarchy. Okay, they can be equipped separately for the moment. Okay, I think I'm happy with that. I think it's got enough granularity in this now to move on. I've fixed up what I needed to fix up. The materials are all fine, but I noticed it last couple of weeks when I was doing the stream that I'd missed this sort of restructuring process on this one, and it was bothering me because I think as soon as I start putting this into Blink and start trying to configure stuff, I don't want to have to be going back and redoing this again. I don't want to have this reasonably tidy. So that's that one done. That's the female mage character. Let's put the bow back on and the staff. It's a mage, but it's also an archer. So I'm going to put archer in there. And it could be that the archer's got a different equipment set, so I might end up splitting this one out. It doesn't really look dressed like an archer, but you could use this character, maybe dressed as an archer. I don't know. Anyway, it's got the bow. Right, so I've done all that. I am now going to save and move on. Save. Okay. Happy with that. He's back on. We've got the Malber's horse. And the character's starting to come together. I'm much happier with that. I think the face looks better now with those eyebrows. The eyelashes just sort of reduce the dither a little bit. I think it looks a little bit more realistic. You can't tell that she's elven until you take the hood off. It's less of an issue. I think the guy over here somewhere is more of an issue. This guy, because his ears poke through the hood. Alright, so I think I'm happy with that one. I'm going to collapse all this. Save and check that into source control. So I'm using a product here called Perforce Helix P4V, which is quite a nifty, quite powerful source control system. I did play with the Unity built-in source control and the add-on product that they've acquired now, but I actually implemented this on a server, Perforce on a server, and it was pretty straightforward to set up and get working. And so in where is it, in the project settings here, you literally just plug in some information that you configure, a port, and connect it up and create some depots. I don't think I need Photoshop anymore. Create some depots and off you go. And it's just getting used to what the process is here. It looks a bit clunky, but it actually works really well for me. So I just do a quick refresh. I revert anything that's unchanged because I don't need stuff getting picked up here that hasn't changed. And it should be mostly stuff that's in the scene and a couple of materials. And submit. Okay, so this is the FS2 female mage archer. Hierarchy, tidy up. Tidy up. So if I need to revert that back, I've got what I need there. This does branching as well in this repository, so all this history is in there. So if I want to branch off and create several scenarios with different things and then merge the code back in, I can do that. And of course these items, whilst they're not actually source code, I'm treating them like they are. Photoshop is not happy. Anyway, right. Now, let's look at this female assassin because this one needed fixing. The horse is Malber's, that's fine. The male assassin's already been done. The female crusader's already been done. The berserker's been done. The male mage, which is the elf, has been done. So you can see these structures are nice and tidy, apart from the only other one that's bothering me now is this one. Alright, let's go into her. I'm going to sort that out. And I'm going to hide these other characters just because it speeds up the scene, makes it render a bit quicker. I wouldn't normally have this number of high resolution meshes in the same scene. Obviously, if you're walking around a village and you've got lots of NPCs, they're going to be lower poly optimized versions than these ones. These are the high quality ones that I'm starting with, but it needs to go through an optimization process to decimate the meshes perhaps, and certainly bring down the triangle count and make them render a bit quicker. It actually renders fine when the character's running around. It's just when you populate the scene with a lot of the same ones with the same detail, it's going to overload. Okay, so back to this. We're going to restructure this guy, this woman character. So last couple of streams I fixed up the materials, so I think it's all looking okay. It is just this restructuring of the slots and the hierarchy to match with what I've got in these prefabs at the top here. So now with my newly found shortcuts, I'm going to do this again. Armature parent, and then inside that I've got Armature, and the root is going inside that. So that's the armature done. And then we've got meshes, which is the base body, and then we've got armor, and things like the hood is actually, that's the hair for the hood, so that's actually a mesh. The head base is a mesh, the clothing is an armor set. So it's mostly hierarchical at the moment anyway, but it's not broken into the right slots. You can see it's all a flat structure here. These need to be put into armor slot places to make them work with blink properly. Right, let's have a quick look at the armature just to refamiliarize myself with where these things are. The neck, the head, the face. And then there's some hair outside the hood. So if the hood is turned off, where's the hood? Turn that hair off. Hood, there we go. That's how she should look with the hair outside. So it's either that one or that one, but probably not both. Hair outside hood. That would be hair inside hood. I think that's what that's supposed to be. Hair outside hood. Hair root, and that is this scalp cap doesn't seem to be doing anything. This is the actual. It's good to show this actually. This is the actual rigging for the hair, because it's quite long hair. That's the mesh for the hair. You see it goes down quite far, and if you look at the position of these elements in this armature, you can see that the hair actually flows down from this sort of hair root position, so that when she's running, that hair will move and it will sort of follow this structure. So that's good to show that. That's all part of this one piece. I think that's why it's all embedded there. Hair outside the hood, and of course if you've got the hood or the cloak on, then you don't see that because it's underneath the hood, so this would be hidden like that. But you would then show this one. So again, it may make sense that the hair inside the hood is actually part of the cloak, part of the hood. So when you turn on the hood, when you equip the hood, it equips that hair, turns off this hair. I think that may be what I end up doing. And the other thing, actually, so that should be a customization. The hair should actually be inside. It does suggest that the hair out when it's inside the hood like this doesn't animate, doesn't flow with the armature. It really depends if it's got a cloth component attached to it, and it does. Okay, so it's going to wave around, but it's not going to flow in the way that it did on the back. Let's have a quick look. In here it's got the dithering at the ends, so that's fine. It's a little bit choppy here, but I think that's okay. Let's have a look at the shader, check that out. Yes, it's dithered to the maximum, so I can probably scale that back if you needed to sort of maybe let the player have control over that when they do their character creation. Alright, character creation is going to be its own thing. Okay, so that's the mask. Alright, so we've got that all sorted. We've got the hair inside the hood. We've got the head base, eyelashes, eyebrows. So this eye tier thing, I think I was talking about this a bit earlier. Not sure if it's going to work on this one either. It's got a metallic boost there. Yeah, so it's got no alpha. That's the problem. So, which character is this? GLS1. Right. So this one here, GLS, eyelashes, eye tier. There, this is the one I want. Body, eyes, tier. That should be, that should be the material. Yes. And then there should be a texture. Body, eye, eyes, IMT, that's the metallic, the mask, base color, eyelash root, eyes, eye dye mask, eyelash alpha. That might be it there. Opacity boost. Roughness boost. Metallic boost. Storm cube map. Interesting. Hair alpha, it's not a hair thing, it's an eyelash, eye tier. Doesn't look like there's any textures on that, so it's not going to do anything at the moment. Bias, okay, so it can sort of fill it in, but then we can make it shiny, I think. I'm going to leave that. Anyway, I figured it out the other day what this tier, eyes tier thing is that Quang Fan had modelled in there. I can't remember which model I was looking at that had it, because they've all got them. But the one I had, I increased the metallic boost as I was playing with it, and it basically makes it look like they're crying. So it kind of makes this shiny, like the tears are pooling at the bottom of the eye, which I thought was quite a cool effect. Of sort of included that in there. You can turn it off; it doesn't make any difference at the moment. But I think, depending on what the story element requires, it's a pretty cool facility to be able to have that stuff. So anyway, that's what that was. Eyes tier. Teeth probably a little bit too bright on the teeth. That's usually a problem with a lot of models. They open the mouth and the teeth are glowing out there. Whoa. Should be to the dentist. I think I'm going to leave that at the moment because there's a lot of fiddling you've got to do with Salsa LipSync, and I think I'm going to deal with the realism aspect of how that looks when I'm doing the rigging of the face to the voice over LipSync. I'll leave that for now. let's just finish off this structure. I keep getting sidetracked, which is one of my problems. Right. Armor sets, that's what we want. Head base, okay, so we've got the pants, shirt, shoes, spine, belt, throwing knife, top, body. That's going to go in there. Hands are... they should be hands, and they look like they're just the fingers. Now they're fingertips. So that makes me wonder whether in fact there are any hands without gloves. That could be a problem. The reason it's a problem is if you're starting out the game, does she not have a top body? That's just that piece. So I'm missing anything. I certainly haven't deleted anything, but I might have hidden it potentially. That is interesting. It doesn't look like that character has any underlying skin mesh. That could limit what I do with this character. Because you're starting out a game fully equipped then, which doesn't make sense. Unless she's an NPC. She could be an NPC, I suppose. Alright. Voyager's Discovery. Shirt. Okay, so there is a shirt. Even with that, okay. Bottom body. Okay, that's like a waist skin thing, I think. It's just a waist piece. Lower body, waist. Pretty sure that's just a skin piece. It's going to be an upper body. It's literally just the neck, upper body. Neck only. That's where some of these models have a little bit more flexibility than other ones. The female knight's actually got a lot of armor pieces that can be broken up, and they're separate meshes. Some of these others, they're not. They're like the boot. I think in this case here, the boot is all one piece. So they literally would have to be chopped up in Blender and re-imported as separate pieces, because I do want to have that Pauline knee piece and this instep piece separated, I think. Just so that if you play this character, you can equip these items just like you would with a knight, with separate bits and bobs. Otherwise, you're going to get a completely different play experience by just choosing a different class, and it's not going to be necessarily a good play experience, because, you know, RPGs tend to be about equipping items, and if they're already equipped and you can't unequip them, it's a bit limited. So I may need to do some work with this character. Anyway, that's not an anchor. That is a grappling hook. Grappling hook. We've got a cloak. Cloak cloth. And that is a gauntlet. That's not a gauntlet. That is a vambrace. Vambrace, right. I would call it a vambrace leather, in case we introduce ones that are not leather. That one would be the opposite. And then you've got a glove, so you've got like a glove, fingerless, right, glove, fingerless, left, and then you've got hand, left, fingers, Actually, it would be hand, fingers, left, hand, fingers, right, and by the look of it, these are going to go together to become glove, leather, left, parent, glove, leather, right. Okay, so the problem is that we've got no underlying hand. I'm hoping actually that these underlying character meshes, the body, the face, they look similar, but I've not actually compared them as to whether or not they're interchangeable, in which case I might be able to go to the female knight character, take the hand, or take any piece that's an underlying mesh that's missing on this one and bring it into this one. It's one of those things you sort of need to figure out on the fly that it's whether it's needed, but that's a thought. Anyway, right, so we've got the pants. They are pants, leather, pant, belt. Okay, so that's a belt, belt and bag. So the bag's embedded in that. And then we've got a leather shirt, leather, which might be a jerkin or something like that. We've got the shoes, which are actually boot, leather with plate, Paulines. I think that's probably the right way to describe that. And then we've got this belt, spine belt. That's going to be a belt, throwing knives. And the throwing knives are actually separate, so that becomes the throwing knives 3. That's going to become a weapon or an inventory piece, ammo. So it's interesting, if you got 3, I think the other character had 3 and they're holding one. Does that mean you've only got 4? So you throw 1, you throw 2, does 1 disappear from here? Or do you just not bother trying to make it that granular? I don't know. I don't know if it's worth the effort, but if it can be implemented easily, then maybe it is worth the effort. If it's only a straightforward thing to do and adds a level of realism and uniqueness to the game, then maybe it's worth looking at. It's nice to know you've got the option anyway. All right, so that can be equipped. So that's the grappling hook, can be equipped separately. That's good. Interestingly, in Vector, the third-person controller that I'm going to be using has an add-on. I don't think it's made by Invector, but it's made by another group that actually has a grappling hook mechanic. So you can sort of fire off a grappling hook or throw a grappling hook and then pull yourself to the location that you've grappled to, which could work very nicely with this because I'm using Invector as the third-person controller for this. And it's got a grappling hook item that could be found, or you skill up and you learn how to use it, and then there it is in your, it's part of your mesh now. And maybe it's only this character that can do it. So if you're the knight, you can't get the grappling hook. You've got to find another way to get to the top of the the building or whatever. So yeah, I think that could be an interesting dynamic to have that sort of stuff in there. And that's one of the reasons I really like these models, is just it opens up the story possibilities for what you can do to make these characters much more interesting. Okay, so I think these are the right... I'm just going to put face mask just to make that even more descriptive. Okay, I think what I now need to do is create the structures. I don't need that clothing layer anymore. Go around that. So it's a flat structure at the moment. I just need to create the slots, and then I think I'm done with this character for now and get on with the next one. Armor, right, so I'm going to create this little structure here, even if I don't use all of it. I'm just going to use my shortcuts that I've learnt. So Alt Shift N, head, slot, back, add-ons, neck, add-ons, shoulder, add-ons, chest, swaps, chest, add-ons, add-ons, hand swaps, waist, add-ons, leg swaps, feet swaps, weapons. Right. Let's move all these to a flat structure again. I really should create a template that I can just copy in there for this stuff, but anyway, I've only got 2 or 3 more characters to do at this point. Okay, so shirt, leather, let's do the order first. That one there, back, neck, back, shoulder, I think the back, neck, shoulder, back, neck, shoulder. Weapons is definitely the bottom. Goes there, chest swaps, hand swaps, legs, feet, waist goes there. Alright, it's pretty easy now. Cloak, cloth, that is going to be a back add-on. Face mask is a head slot, so that's kind of a face add-on. Certainly for this character it is. The throwing knives is a weapon. The boots with the leather pillars are feet. Belt throwing knives is a waist. Pants leather. Did I miss the legs? Oh no, they're leg swaps. Glove is a hand swap. Glove leather left is a hand swap. In fact, what I might do is actually put these into a container. Gloves, leather, so they can be equipped as a pair or as individually, depending on which layer is bound into RPG Builder. And then we put these into a pair. Fan brace is leather. Okay, so that's cool. And they can be equipped together or separately. What else we got? Belt and bag, that's going to be a waist add-on. Grappling hooks belt, that's going to be an add-on. So that's the belt with the throwing knives. No, that's just the belt. Belt for throwing knives. I think that's more descriptive for me for later on when I'm looking through a list of, when I'm not looking at the mesh, but I'm just looking through a list of items. I think that the description being like this is going to help me. Shirt leather, that's going to be a chest swap, because it will need to turn off any skin if there is any skin underneath. And I think that structure is done. Head, back, neck, shoulder, chest. Chest add-ons, there's no add-ons on top of this. The arms don't have any, although you've got some leather. Yeah, okay, so there's some leather stuff going on there. That's interesting. Okay, so there is like a shoulder thing on one side. Well, that's a pain. That should be an equipable item because it's got the strap underneath and everything. That means taking this whole mesh into Blender, chopping this out as a separate mesh, filling this material back in with this same texture to effectively, you could do a mirror of this one to create create the same effect on this one, and then this could be separately rendered over the top, and I think that's worth doing because it fits this model very well, and it should be something that you can equip separately. Okay, so shirt, leather with right pauldron. It's just going to highlight to me that that piece needs to be separated out. Cloak. Okay, so it's the cloak, so the hood and the cloak are all in the one. They could be split out potentially with a cut in here to make the hood piece and the cloak into two pieces, or to have the hood folded down at the back when it's just kind of pulled back. So there's probably a fair bit to do with this particular model to give it the same flexibility that the other models have. And I think this might reflect the fact that some of these models from Quang Fan might be older than the other ones. Maybe spent more time on them or something, but it's still a very good model. It just needs a little bit more work to make it as interesting to play as a character as the female knight that I've been using. So you can see the cutout here of the mesh is working nicely with a double-sided shader, and that cloth mesh has a cloth component that will actually use material animation and physics to make it float around as she's just sort of jumping and climbing stuff. So that will work very well. I'm pretty happy with that. I think that structure is okay. It's the same as the other structures now, so I think that's, we can say for the time being that's done. And at least now that's fixed up the two issues, or the two characters that needed to be done in the last couple of weeks that I spotted. So they're all the same now. They've all been done in the same way. That made life much easier for Blink and for Salsa. Well, more so for Blink. Right. I'm going to kill this Photoshop job. It's really not happy. There you go. Go away. All right. Commit source code. Okay, this is the Ghost Lady S1 Assassin fix up mesh hierarchy. Right, that is done. Cool. You can hear the fans gone on my computer now. That must have been Photoshop just hammering it. Right. Now, just to quickly recap, if you've joined or you're watching this stream afterwards, maybe on YouTube, just to sort of bring up to speed, what I've got here in this scene is a number of characters, player characters that are mostly done by Quang Fan. These two are not. This one's probably these are probably NPCs. The rest of these are player characters. There's a male and a female version of each assassin, or a mage, or an archer, or a crusader, or a knight, and a warrior. So I'm about to bring in the female version of the warrior, which I think is called, in the Quang Fan series, it's called Fairy S1 Fantasy Warrior. And now I don't think I've done much with the shaders, so I think it may come in with shaders shown in pink, which illustrates that the materials are not going to render properly in this pipeline, the universal render pipeline. So I suspect that's one I'm going to need to fix up. So I think I've got the Berserker S2 done. Ghost Lady, I've got the Hunters. So Ghost Lady S4, Hunters I've got to bring in, and the Reaper. So there's 3 more Quang Fan models to come in, and then I've got a few more from other places to come in. But these are the main ones I want to get in because they're so detailed. They're structured in such a way that the armor sets just work really well. So if you watched my stream a couple of weeks ago, you would have seen me sort of gradually work my way through these, bringing them in, tidying them up, making sure the materials are all looking good, swapping the eyes to actually use eyes from the Eye Advanced pack that actually have some very nice rendering features, as you can see here. The idea with having these characters look reasonably good up close is that they're going to be involved in dialogue between them, either themselves as a player or as an NPC, and they're going to have mouth animation and lip sync, and they're going to look around, and they're going to have head movement and all those sorts of things that you would expect to make them look realistic while they're in dialogue. And we're talking about a camera position that could potentially be that close, so you're liaising with the character. You want the graphics to look pretty damn good and pretty realistic, so that's why I'm spending so much time to sort of get them looking good, and wiring up this structure to be standardized across all these characters so they work with Blink RPG. So very quickly I can bring up the Blink RPG builder. You'll see here that I can configure in here a list of items. These aren't my items, these are ones that come out of the package, but you can, as an example, what have we got here? We've got refined plate armor. Maybe this is plate armor piece. Let's say the gloves here. So they might well be refined plate gloves, and they would have a user interface icon, a 2D icon for them sitting in an inventory user interface potentially. They'd have a name, and then all this sort of information gets configured for them. The rarity, the slot type, do they drop, what stats do they give the player. All this is completely configurable in RPG Builder, so this is just an example set that come out of the box, but I'm going to be tailoring this quite a lot. So the stats that these items would have, is it a percentage or is it a value? Do they have random stats? Do they include special abilities? Do they have sockets so you can put a gem in it to give extra capabilities to it? What do they look like? What mesh gets rendered in order to do that? Do they have requirements so they can't be, you can't put plate armor on a mage because they can only wear cloth? And what happens when you wear something, or does it consume it? So the RPG Builder is incredible, the amount of functionality that's in it, and it's continuing to be developed. So it's going to be a core part of Zarktor's realm. And the play testing that I've done with this, with the female knight character here, this one I've already wired into RPG Builder, these components, and you'll see under the appearance handler, this is where these body render pieces, the armor slots, this stuff ties in with the slots up here, this ties in with here, and the body renderer basically tells it when you equip this, what do you do with the hands? Is there any reason to render the hands underneath the gloves if they're not visible? No. So it should turn off the hand in that slot. So this is why I'm structuring these assets from Quang Fan in this way, so that I can integrate it with RPG Builder and have that as a an inventory item that you can find, or it might drop from a boss, or you might discover it in a cave somewhere, and give it its own name, have its own stats, and literally configure it in this interface and go and play with it and put it straight into the game straight away. And of course, when it gets equipped, it's going to look like this, so that what you're seeing is it in a final sort of equipped sense. But obviously when the game starts out, that particular character is going to have just hands. They don't start with everything. They have to go and accumulate it. There's a bit of hard work involved to go and find this stuff. So that's the plan. So this is where RPG Builder's going to come to the fore. A lot of it is inventory management and tying this inventory to the characters and to the meshes. But there's a lot more in RPG Builder. The skill trees, bonuses, talent trees, crafting, all this sort of stuff. It's quite powerful. What I'm doing at the moment is I'm not building this stuff right now. I'm just basically building these characters to be able to use that mechanism. All right, so I'm at that point. I've got these guys here. I'm going to deactivate most of them because this scene is getting a bit heavy and I want to be able to move around in it fairly quickly. So I'm just turning off these, so there's just 2 or 3 characters in there I want to refer to. This one's a prefab that's been very set up, in a very granular method, so all these sort of pieces are separate. And I'm going to now bring in the next one, which is Furry S1 Fantasy Warrior from Quang Fan. So let's go back to, just quickly show you this in the Unity asset store so you're aware of it. Okay, so you can see she's got like a tattoo or war paint thing going on. Quang Fan actually has that as in the shader as a tattoo feature. So basically you can create your own texture, add it to the shader, add a color, and it'll render the tattoo over the top. And you can turn that off, and you can use a base mesh that doesn't have that tattoo, so that's all pretty cool. You've got all the equipment sets. Quite an impressive set of characters, the Quang Fan ones. They're really very good. I think they're going to be an awesome part of the game. They're facial rigged. That's a big thing for me because I'm using the Salsa for the lip sync, so I need the mouth in particular, but also the facial rigged features using PBR textures, which you can see in the game when you start looking at the materials, and you can tell that it's leather just by looking at it. You'll see that they come in HDRP. They start off in high definition render pipeline, but I actually roll them back to universal render pipeline, which is in the pack as well. You just got to do a bit of fiddling to get that working. And these are quite high detail, so they're not low poly, but I can always create low poly versions of these depending on the need. I want to start out with a high definition version. All right, so about to bring this one in, and I need to get in the right folder first of all. Characters, where I want to be. Okay. I'm now going to find my other project. So I've basically created a high definition render pipeline project specifically for that character. And I'm now going to, there she is, this one here. I'm going to find the assets folder, Furry S1, and bring her into there and let that import. And this import process can be a bit troubling because it's taking it from whatever the previous project is and whatever settings were appropriate for that one, which might have been a high definition render pipeline project. It might have been, I can't remember if I converted it to universal render pipeline yet. There might have been code in that project that character's tied in with. You move over here and it's not there, so it's trying to find materials or something that isn't referenced. So this process of moving or copying characters from one project to another isn't foolproof. It can break. I'm just finding this is the easiest way for me. I know I can do an export, but I just find the exports take a little bit too long to produce. I think this works for me just to copy them across and then tidy them up, because I have to do tidy up anyway. All right. So I'm now thinking, that this character coming in is the female version of the male warrior. A berserker he's called here, but I think it's basically like a warrior type. So I may end up changing the names, just making it a bit more consistent from one class to the next. And then there's one more main character to bring in, and that is Huntress. If I look at the Quang fan list of characters there, where is she? The Huntress. This one, the Hunter. Now this one's interesting because it's not early medieval looking thing. It's the hat and everything looks sort of 18th, 17th, 18th century maybe. I don't know. It looks almost pirate-like. But having said that, if it's all about just the hat, I'm good with that. Take the hat off, and I think these underlying models are pretty similar. So effectively, the equipment sets could be interchangeable with them and still look okay. You see, it kind of looks familiar with the other characters. I like the fact that it's got a cross. The big thing for me, the big selling point for me was the crossbow, because I wanted crossbows in the game. Bows and arrows are one thing, but I do like the fact you've got a crossbow, which effectively brings in gun mechanics into the game. Even though it's medieval, and I know that the crossbows back in the early medieval times didn't necessarily look like this, but I think that's a good starting point to at least get cracking on this. So this one will come in after the warrior. Alright, warriors come in, and I can see that it's brought in the high definition render pipeline components, because I'm now getting lots of errors here. So my fix for this is to go to the package manager, go to my list of what's in the project. Sorry, what's in the project, that's right. And I'm looking for the Unity registry, high definition. No, sorry, the high definition render pipeline hasn't come in. There are shaders that are in there. So the shaders have pulled across in high definition. So it actually hasn't installed high definition render pipeline, which is good. So I can clear that. I can get rid of the high definition render pipeline shaders. I don't need any of these shaders actually, because I've actually got the Dawn shaders from Quang Fan in the project already. I don't need any of these. This may break a few things because it's probably referencing those shaders, but I'm going to remap them all anyway. These errors are coming from class library, physics bone class library that's in there, and I'm not using the Balron controller, and I've already got the physics bone script in there anyway, so I can get rid of all of that. Hack it away. We may not even need this HDRP default resources folder. And really just clean up this structure so that it mirrors the other ones that are in here. Okay. Alrighty. Let that finish its compilation. I'm using a plugin here called what's this one? A compiling indicator. I think it's now free. I'm not sure if I bought it at the time, but I think it's free now. Very handy. Just have a real, very obvious visual indicator of where you are in the compile. Otherwise, it's kind of hidden away, and it's easy to miss. So I like that. It's very good. All right, back to the scene, and here's a character. We're going to go to the prefabs. We're going to go to the characters, and we're looking for the play variant of it. Bringing it. It's not too bad. It's got some pinks. There's obviously some shader broken here. I'm going to take this character's transform position and apply it to this one. No, did I not do that right? Hang on. Necromancer. I want to copy the component, the whole component. That's what I want. Take this character here and then paste the values, paste component values. There we go. And then move her along. Okay. And go to the front. All right. Right. There's definitely going to be some stuff to fix. I'm looking at about 17. Give it a bit of space. Okay. So there's a few things to sort of note when you bring these characters in. So bear in mind, I'm running Universal Render Pipeline. This character was designed by Quang Fan in High Definition Render Pipeline, and he's provided Universal Render Pipeline shaders. Thank God. The shaders are excellent. So the Dawn shader ones here, these are the URP ones. I've got two versions in there. I've got a newer version that was just released in December, and I'm trying to sort of assess the difference between those versions and whether they're worth both keeping. But I've got two versions in here somewhere. But it's come in from High Definition Render Pipeline. There's some things that will get screwy with the materials. The pink is showing me that there's something up with the shader on that particular, looks like a hairpiece there. It seems to just affect certain things, like that looks like fur underneath the thing there. I think what I should do, actually, before I start doing any work, I need to convert that back into a normal object rather than a prefab. The eyes look screwy, the eyebrows, the hair looks odd. There's tattoo on the arm, that's fine. What I'm going to do is I'm actually going to turn on, put it at the bottom here, I'm going to turn on the male berserker, because this is the male equivalent of the same class. So you can see the armor set on the right, you've got the right pauldron, you've got the same waistband skull thing, you've got the spiky vambraces. There's got, I don't know if he's got, yeah, he's got there's sort of rarer brace things on the right arm, same sort of thing on the left arm here. This one's got a sleeve, and then there's these sort of stocking leg things which one of the other characters had. So there's some similarities between the male and female, and there's some similarities between this character and another class. So there's like an assassin one. So what I'm trying to do is find where the similarities are, because of course it's going to have effect on the gameplay in terms of which items you find and how you equip them, whether you can equip them. But when you create your character, if you create a warrior type, I don't know what it's called, warrior, fighter, whatever, this is the male, this is the female version that you're going to start with. Alright, so that's, if you've watched this before, then sorry, it's going to see it all over again, because I'm about to do it another few times. So player, female, I'm going to call this warrior character. I'm going to take the berserker out of this, because there isn't something that isn't a berserker. They're a warrior as far as I'm concerned. We don't have a male necromancer, that's fine, because that's kind of, I was thinking this was going to be more of an NPC character anyway, but of course you turn the horns off, you got yourself a human character. So leave that. I can leave that option open for myself, basically. All right, so let's do that, and then I've got these two characters to compare, so that's fine. And let's fix up the shader stuff to start with, so it looks okay, and then get into restructuring it like I've done with the other characters. And it looks like there's different armor sets on there. That's good. It looks like they've got slightly different meshes. Not sure why. Okay, there's the arm brace. It's got a spiky arm brace on the other hand as well. Body separates. Okay, so it's got like a bra thing that you don't need if you're wearing this outside piece. I'll turn that off for the time being, and I think she's decent. Yes. Okay. All right. Those eyes are definitely bothering me, and it's the same sort of thing. If you've seen my stream of the last 3 or 4 days, or sorry, last 3 or 4 weeks, bringing these characters in the way that I do probably isn't the most ideal method, but it's how I know, and it's what I know what to do with. It's how I know how to do it in a way that minimises the work for me, or at least it feels that way. But one of the implications is, of course, you bring these characters in and they are reusing materials from another character. So this character is actually using the eyes from the female knight, and that's why it looks weird and wacky and scary. So I'm going to fix that very, very quickly. So Furious one, this is the one that is getting the model from. I want to go to the materials, character's eyes, and I want to put that in there. And they go pink because it's the wrong shader. Dawn shader. I think they actually used it's an eye shader, sorry. Eye shader. And it probably doesn't have any materials on it, that's fine. Because one of the things I'm doing is I'm actually getting rid of that, and I'm actually using Eye Advanced. And I'm going to Eye Advanced. And I actually want to fix this up. The last couple of streams I've done, this has been a bit of a pain. The textures. Let's pin that. The textures are not meaningful. The names are not meaningful. So this diff sclera is... Actually, I don't know that you can see this. I think it's off screen. So what I'm going to do is just bring this window in so that you can see the side panel. I'll see if I can... That's better. I think that should work better for you. Sorry about that, guys. Okay, so I've got this eyeball diff sclera. That actually should be... I'm going to call these what they actually are in the shader, because I'm constantly trying to remember where the hell a pupil is when there's no pupil in this list. So the sclera here, sclera shade texture, sclera texture. I'm going to make that sclera texture, which goes into sclera texture. Sclera shade texture, eyeball, sclera shade texture. Of course, this is going to change this on all of the other models because I've applied the same different iris textures here, but I've applied the same shader to all the other ones, so it's going to rename them on all of them, which is nice because then I can double check if I've made any errors. So this is the shade texture on the sorry, that's the sclera. Wrong one. Right. This is the eyeball iris shade iris texture. So I'm getting exactly the same name as where it's going to go on the shader. It makes it so much easier to work with. All right, iris normal map. That's that one. Eyeball iris normal map. I think it just works so much better. Right, that's that. Now, the iris texture. These are the irises. And this is definitely for a cat. feline. I was thinking it was some kind of catalogue, but it's actually a cat iris, which has got this sort of thing going on, which is, I'm not going to use that. And this one, this mask cat is actually, so this is an iris mask cat feline one. Again, I'm not going to use this one because this causes problems. I used this on some of them before, and I didn't realise because of the naming how nuanced it was. But it's actually these two go together. In fact, what I'm going to do to make that even more obvious is put cat in front of them. So I've got no chance of messing that up. Right, I'm picking between these ones. Right, let's give her some brown eyes to start with. Okay, so they are roughly okay. Pupil dilation. The actual iris is too big. That's too small. So we're looking for something realistic. Okay, that's not too. So they're looking kind of okay. It's a problem with the eyelashes. There's a problem with the eyebrows, but let's just turn the eyebrows off for the time being. Turn the eyelashes off for the time being. And let's turn that purple monstrosity off. Okay, so and we got the skull cap problem that we had the other day. And that starts to look a little bit better now. All right, I haven't finished with the eyes. So we've got an iris mask, and we've got an iris normal map. That's that one. We've got an eye normal map, and a sclera. So the trick is to find which ones are which here. That's why I'm trying to rename these. The mask here, this mask is actually the only one in here that's a mask. So I'm pretty sure that's that one. And it's an iris. Oh, no, it's this one. Eyeball iris mask. I'm happier with that. That's what it is what it says it is. So what's left? Got two more, cornea and the eye. Now to me, the pupil is the closest thing to a cornea, and the eye normal is the whole eyeball, which is kind of the sclera, which is the white bit, as far as I understand. I'm not a medical doctor, but that's my understanding. Okay, so eyeball, eye normal map. And this is, of course, because it's a normal map, it's going to be about the shape of the characteristics of this. So this is pupil. I'm going to make this the cornea normal map. I think that makes more sense now. In fact, you know what? It doesn't need eyeball in front of all this, does it? They're all eyeballs. And I may change the numbering of these to actually be a description of what they are, which make them even easier to see which colours, because you kind of got to drag and drop 15 of them before you figure out which one's blue. You can kind of see, but it's hard to see exactly what they look like. Some of them are a blend of blues and yellows and things, and I think it'd be useful to actually have the description of these be a little bit easier to work with. The other thing, of course, is if you're in a character creation screen and you're allowing the player to change the colour of the eyes, you might have a pick list, and you're not going to have, well, you might have, I suppose, iris 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But it might be more useful to have blue, green, yellow, brown, you know, blah, 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 blah. Alrighty, so that I think shade iris. I this should make a bit more sense to me. Or it makes more sense to me. I sort of feel like the shader was written at a different time to creating the materials, perhaps. And so the naming conventions haven't been totally fixed up. But it is now, for me. We've got these ones here, reflect text. What I actually want to do is put all this other stuff that isn't used into a subfolder, because I don't want to see it. I don't want to mess with it. I just want to have it hidden for me. So I'm going to go additional files. Put the cat stuff in there. These reflect text things, and of course it's going to keep these references where they're referenced. It's going to keep them intact. Reflections, but now I've got a nice tidy list. I can see where these line up nicely. Sclera texture, Sclera shade texture, share it. Okay, I'm really happy with that, and I think in fact that additional files, I'm going to make that texture additional files, and I'm going to move that into a higher folder so this is even tidier. There we go, because I don't really need to reference any. I don't need to use this. Is working fine for me. I'll leave it there. I might strip it out when it goes into the game, but it's tidier. Okay, so the bit I want to do now is to quickly run through these. So I'm going to call that Iris 01 brown. Probably quite a few in brown here, but I'm going to just give them a rough name, dark brown. Because they're in like a random order. I would say that's green. That's really funky, that colour. I like that. I don't know what colour. Whoa! I don't know what colour it is, but it's very cool. Blue and yellow. Hazel. I don't know. Blue. I don't know. I don't do eye colours. Let's just keep it nice and simple. Describe it as it is. Alright, let's put that there. That's, yeah, it's like a brown. What's the difference between that one and that one? Fair bit of difference. That one there is more of a orangey brown. Dark brown. Yep. And then this one is pale blue. Also helps me when I'm looking at these other models to see whether or not I've actually used all of these, because I might have favoured 2 or 3 and they're all at the same. I think having these separated out might be a little bit easier to see. Okay, they've got speckles, so they're sort of hazel. I think that's hazel. Hazel speckle. And yellow, blue, yellow, grey, yellow. Let's go grey, grey and yellow. That's pretty similar to this one. Let's call that orange brown 2. Orange brown 2. And that's pretty similar, this blue yellow. And this one's a lighter version of that. So let's go blue, yellow, light. And let's make that one blue, yellow, dark. That makes more sense. I think it's just Making my life a lot easier. Okay, what colour is that? Right, where are we? So Iris 11 is... Ooh, what is that? Grey yellow dark. It's more a yellow. It's a brown, yellow dark. Okay, that is a very bright blue. Blue green. I'm going to compare these to see the difference. Okay, so that's fairly pale. This is fairly bright. Blue, yellow, pale. Blue, yellow, light. Okay. 13 is, that's kind of not really realistic, but it is a thing. I call that cataract. Cataract 1, and I think this one might be a cataract 2. Yep. Cataract 2. Okay, I know it's not perfect, but that's kind of, to me now I can find these. They make more sense to me. So if I want the really bright ones, I've got that one. That should be bright, not light, bright. And we've got the pale, orange brown. Yep. Cool. I'm happy with that. Tidied up now. All right. Back to the main job at hand. A little bit sidetracked there, but it's been bugging me. That's been needing to be fixed up. The other thing with these shaders, with this advanced shader, is of course it's got levels of detail. So what I'm doing here at the moment is just kind of hard coding it to LOD 0, which is the most detailed version. But of course the eye shapes are not. They're the same eye shape however close you are. It's not changing any geometry there. But the shader obviously is going to do less work on LOD 3 than it is on LOD 0. So I will probably go through and do some optimization with these LOD things here. I'm applying a shader to these eyes without changing the meshes. Basically, I'm still just seeing how they look, getting them working reasonably well. Let's get these other pieces going on it. So this is now eyelashes. These are eyebrows. This is the tear thing. I'm wondering if this is going to work. We'll come back to that. We've got the head. Now we've got the teeth. So it's rigging in there for the mouth. And I think that's actually okay. Let's get rid of this pink. So the pink's coming from. Let's turn off the lock. Eyebrows. That's correct. It's the right material. Eyelashes. Oh God, how did I do that? Lashes. All right. So we've got the eyebrows, and the shader is busted. So I'm going to switch that shader for hair shader, and it looks reasonably good. It looks pretty thick, and the good thing with this model is you can actually turn it off completely and still get eyebrows. It's just part of the texture. It's embedded in the image, the 2D image, whereas this is a 3D render over the top. So what I'm going to do with that is to just double check that it's got the right textures on it, and it hasn't. It's getting the textures from the female knight, which is not right. So I'm going to get textures, characters, bodies, hairs, and of course I've lost. Let's pin that. Okay, so I'm looking for the noise, skin noise, which sort of just gives it a bit of a randomized effect, static effect, I guess you could say, randomization. I just want to find the equivalent of that. So it's the avatar skin noise. So textures, avatar female, human skins, noise, T noise. Okay, that made a great deal of difference. The hair alpha. So FS2 body hair alpha. It should be coming from textures, characters, hair cap, hair alpha. There we go. So you see the difference that makes. It's not completely happy with that, but it could be just the amount of dithering that's actually on this. There you go. There's so much control with the shader. I guess the reason for having the eyebrows as a 3D object over the top of the face is that you can't change the color of these without editing the 2D textures underlying this. So you'd have to edit the face texture if you wanted to change the color of these eyebrows if she was old and you want them grey. Whereas with this layered on top here, I can change the colouring of this on the fly and actually match the colours to a hexadecimal for the hair. So that's really good. Really, really good. So that's all fixed up. Eyelashes are next. That's bothering me. Actually, I'm just going to boost this up a little bit. Actually, I might take it down a little bit. It's a bit hard to see with the orange outline sometimes. It's got a roughness to it. That's not going to make much difference. Yeah, I think that's about as good as it's going to get. It looks a little bit odd because the underlying texture is bigger than the model. I may need to rescale that a little bit, but I don't want to mess with it too much. Alright, eyelashes. Let's unhook that, and it's picking up the wrong material, so that's why they look a bit odd. So I'm going to go to meshes, character. It's not a mesh, sorry, it's material, character. Eyelashes, that's what I want. Goes pink because it's got a busted shader. Fix the shader, and then you reattach the materials to it. So that's not that one. We want not the avatar. We want the hair. We want the noise, which comes from the avatar skin, so that's not the meshes. Avatar, female, skins, noise, there we go. I think it's the same, but just double checking it. Hair alpha, FS2 body hair alpha. That's actually now going to come from hair cap, hair alpha. And we should be able to bring, there we go, bring that down to a very small value, and then we can control the dither boost and make it as much as we want. I don't want to overdo it, but I think that looks about as normal as it's going to get. That looks okay. Alright, then you've got this eye tier thing, which at the moment looks a bit screwy, but it's because the materials on that are wrong. FK, so that needs to be FK head eyes tier needs to be materials eyes tier. There we go, it goes pink, which tells me that it's the right one. Change that, and I think it's got its own shader. Yes. There we go. And now we need to get the materials right. So the normal map. So it's the flakes for the normal map. Yeah, this is what I was saying a little bit earlier in the stream. The reason this tier shader thing is here is going to become apparent very, very shortly. So we get the eye flakes from FK body. We're going to get the eye flakes from here, which is the same. We're going to get the cube map from here. Okay, and then we're going to do what? We're going to change the colour. There we go. See if I can get the colour going about right. Right. Okay, that's the kind of effect I think I was starting to get. Alright, so you've got this normal map which is giving a randomization of the texture to make it blobby, I guess, or random. You know, you've got this pattern on there that you can see sort of breaking it up. That's distortion using the normal map to do it, which I know why they've done it that way is because now when you do the roughness, you can kind of make it look like they're crying. By getting the figures right, of course. Don't think you need a lot on there. Don't think you need a lot of distortion. So I think it's quite a cool concept. I get if you get the figures right. I had it quite well with the cube map, the reflection part on there. It's not working quite as well at the moment, but I think it could be lighting too. So, lightings. We want the not the environment lights, directional light. I think that's that one there, and directional light. Guess that might show it up a little bit more, I guess. All right. And that was the one we want. Okay. Very, very small values, I think. That's the trick. You know what I need to do is actually turn off the selection outline just while we're doing this bit. See what I mean? You just create this little glint on there that suggests sort of the wateriness of the eye, which I think is just a level of detail that's brilliant. Getting all the models done the same way could be a bit fiddly. You probably never see them up this close, you probably never notice it, but if the lighting is right and if your character's in dialogue and, you know, something's upset them and they're sort of crying or whatever, or the eyes have gone watery, you can kind of get that effect in the game, which is pretty awesome. Anyway, so I'm going to leave that like that. I think it's quite cool, and I'm going to work on these hair bits that I've turned off. So where's the rest of you gone? So hair there, and we've got hair there. So we've got the hair cap, which I've got to fix up. And then we've got this piece. Let's get this piece here fixed. So I think that's like the top of the top piece there. Okay, so that's going to be, it's the right material, it's the wrong shader. So it's going to be hair shader. No, it's not going to be that one. I don't think it's going to be hair shader 2. Possibly. I need to figure out which of these hair shaders, because there's several versions, is going to look the best. I think I played with this by having this section in with a sort of red dyed colour. I might take that out again now. There we go. And I might get it to match the same as the rest of the hair. It's braided at the top, but it's not quite as obvious. And I think it's because the shaders are using different values. So what are we going to do? So let's take, I need to put that gizmo back on and make sure I'm working on the right pace. Okay. All right. HL, I'm not sure what HL stands for. I'm going to rename that to be hair top braid, just so that I know what the hell that is. And now it's pretty dark. And this hair here is FK head hair. So it's using the, actually, this brown is not right. It's actually using the wrong model, the wrong materials. So hairs, I think it's going to be that one. And I'm going to change that to hair shader. So that's hair shader 1, which actually doesn't look all that bad. And I'm going to change it to hair shader 2. Okay, that's a little bit finer. Okay, I think that's a little bit better. It's got, looks a bit more natural. So that's now the same shader as this one, hair shader 2, and that's this front piece. So this is front. And there's this one. Let's look at back piece. Shader back. Let's make this very obvious. Hair back, hair front, hair base cap, and then we got the knot, which is at the back. Okay. Alright, we can change the colour of it in a minute. I just want to get them all working on the same baseline. So this one is using, again, the female knight, so I don't want to mess with this too much because it's going to break the other model that I've already tidied up. I want to use the same material on this one. There we go. That's better. Alright, so that's good. That's good. That's good. That's not good. Okay, so it's got this, and there's a knot at the back which can come off as well. Okay, so it's actually got this base cap thing, and I think it's got another one there which is hair root. Let me put that on. It's actually higher than the normal base cap, and that one's got a base root. Okay, so this is actually the rigged hair. So this is what's going to affect the physics rendering for animation of it. We've got base cap. Is that actually? That might be. Maybe not. I'm thinking that that hair shading that's on there might be part of the mesh, but I don't know. Let's have a look at that. No. No, so there's no hair on that. So that mesh, that hair that's there, must be coming from a layer somewhere. Where? Where is that layer? Head. Body separates. That's one of the reasons for reorganising is to find all this stuff. It's got a lot of stuff in this pack, I think. Alright. Eyes, eyebrows, teeth. Where are you? So, turning on and off parts of the hierarchy is a quick way to sort of see where this might be. If it's anywhere. Actually, it might be completely embedded in there. Alright. Hair cap. Ah, it's part of the hair cap. Alright. We probably don't need this hair cap thing. I don't think we need this. But because it's there, I want to just fix it. It's using the wrong thing, the wrong material, so I'm going to go back to materials, hairs, hair cap. That is now at least highlighting the right piece. I'm going to go to the same shader as the other ones. Oh god, and that will be because the materials are wrong, the textures are wrong. Hairs, right. Let's get rid of that. It is hair cap alpha. Hair base color, hair cap alpha. There we go. And the others may be redundant. I'm not sure if we need them. T hair alpha. Yeah, it's the hair cap alpha. I don't think we need that. Although I think, yeah. So we need to colour it. Okay, so I think it's, you're not supposed to see that, but when the other hair is put on top, it fills in so that you don't see the scalp, particularly if you're in a third person character and you're following the character and you can see, you know, the scalp. It just looks like the render's not complete. So I think that's pretty okay. This thing here is a little odd, but of course that's an optional style thing. Braid. Optional. We've got the cap now, we've got the hair back. Looks a bit weird without it. And then the back knot, which is needed. Maybe, maybe not. Alright, that's all good. Fur. So we've got this piece of fur here. And the materials are correct. The shader is not correct. That should be. See if there's a fur shader here. No, I think it's the hair shader. Hair shader, there we go. And the materials are not right, so we want to go to where are these ones coming from? Yeah, these are all right. So it's the noise. Okay, so it's sort of the randomization that it's doing. So, character avatar female. Keep doing that. Pen. And noise BC. Okay. So that's correct. That's correct. That's correct. That's correct. That's correct. And of course you can change the colour of it to make it light or dark. Cool. Alright, that is now working pretty well. I think it's not bad. I turn the feet off and probably it's got hands rendering underneath the yeah, okay, so there's hands. Yeah, there is actually a hand. You can see it clipping. So we want to turn that off. There's something weird happening there as well. So there must be multiple layers of mesh happening and they're clipping too. Yeah. Okay, so we want to fix that up. Alright, I'm going to turn all this back on. I'm going to do my restructuring job on it and then tidy this up and move on to the next character. Save. Alright. Okay, need that structure for reference. Okay, and we want Armature parent. Armature. Root goes into that, put that at the top, collapse. And meshes. Armor. And we'll put the armor into there, the body goes into the meshes, the head goes into the meshes, and that looks okay. We bring all of those out of there, we don't need that. That is now an empty. The head's separate, so I like to keep that stuff together. Bottom body. That is what I'm calling a lower body. Lower body. Chest cloth. Now, that's got the wrong material on it. That material should be avatar. Underwear there. So it's like a bandaged cloth. Bandage thing. So let's put. See, the name's not too bad. Cloth. Bandaged. I don't know if bandage is the right word for that, but anyway. Foots. That would be feet. Hand. Right. Hand. Left. Put those into a parent. Hands, because we want to be able to turn gloves on and off in one go. Feet, top body, so that would become upper body, and then we've got the all important underwear. Right, so I think the meshes are tidy. Okay. Alright, we've got this underwear thing here as well. That might come with the set, because she's not got a huge amount of clothing. Like there's this thing and this thing. That's basically it. So I suspect the underwear is going to go bound with it. Alright. Let's create the slots that we need for this stuff. Let's close all that up. Okay, so we've got head swaps, back add-ons, neck add-ons, shoulder add-ons, chest add-ons, arm add-ons, and swaps, waist add-ons, leg swaps, feet swaps. We just realised what the hell that is. What's that? Is that empty? Get rid of that. Okay, back to this one. Probably shouldn't have done them nested like that. Okay. Right. Ooh, put that one in the wrong place. Okay. Gloves, nice and easy. Hand swaps. Gloves, nice and easy. Hand swaps. Cool. And the other armor set's got hands in there as well, so we'll move them in there. Right, that's nice and easy. Shoulder fur. That's definitely going to be a shoulder add-on, and then you got two. Okay. I think I mentioned this before. With some models, and this isn't limited to Quang Fan. Generally, he's pretty good with this stuff. But some models with some of these characters, they put the armor together as all one piece, which you can see here. So there's one mesh called chest armor that includes the shoulder piece, the straps, the strap on this arm, and the kurta on the elbow, which means if you wanted to make these individually equipable, you can't without messing with this. So I'm going to have to take this into Blender and cut it into pieces and remap it, because I do want this stuff to be equipable as separate pieces. And of course, if there's no underlying mesh underneath it, like for example the shoulder part of this blue outfit on this side doesn't exist because it's embedded in the mesh, then I'm going to have to mirror this mesh over to that side in Blender behind this thing here. So there's probably some rework to do. Oh no, rework. There's some work to do if I want to break this up into equipable pieces, which I do. That's exactly what I'm doing with this scene, is to work out what can be put into the game as equipable items, because that's going to populate that Blink RPG Builder items list. And to me, that really allows me, once that's set up, to I always lose my way in here. There we go. Allows me to set up, once it's wired up this way with the characters, to actually spend a fair bit of time just building lots and lots of items, configuring the 2D icons, working out the stats of these items, what they're going to do when they're equipped, what effects they might have. And that to me is real game development, when you're getting into balancing and figuring out, okay, this is a super powerful item and this one's not. At the moment, it's what does it look like, which is important. Being a very visual game, it's important to know what they're actually going to look like. But I can tell with this model that it's going to cause, well, it's going to create me some work. It's not going to cause issues. It's going to create me work to break that up. But that's good. I don't mind using Blender. I would need to import this stuff and not lose its sort of read position on the character, or have to remap it again. So there could be a fair bit of work involved in it, but I think it's important to get it right and to not have one character that's working really well, like a knight, and then you choose a warrior and it's effectively busted. This class of these characters should be somewhat equivalent in terms of what they can do and what they can equip. So that is going to be a bit of a problem. I'm going to first of all just name that. What is it? It's like a cloth chest top, cloth shirt, chest, armor, shirt. It's got a left arm. It's got a left sleeve only and a right. It's got a let's shorten this a little bit. Left sleeve, right pauldron, and a right quarter. I think, I don't like abbreviating these things, but I think with such a long name, it just highlights to me all the bits that need to be chopped away here. And it's got this strap across the top here, which would suggest, being double-sided like this, that this armour piece could be mirrored onto the other shoulder. So you have two, which means maybe this piece gets mirrored over this side, or this bit here gets cut away and done separately for this piece. And the other interesting thing is it's actually got a rear brace underneath as well. This piece here with this strap underneath is actually not part of this. This is a rear brace. So there's so much in here. It's been modelled but not necessarily separated out. So right. Right. Rear brace and a right quarter, which is the elbow piece. I think that fully describes what it is. Like, it's really good, but making that into a series of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that should be 5 separate equipable items, and it's a set that can only be equipped in one block at the moment onto the chest. So that's going to need to be fixed. Rear brace. Okay. At least I know I've discovered something. I didn't know this when I was working in the other standalone project, because I hadn't got to the point of decomposing all these items and sort of seeing what they all are. I was mostly just worried about converting it from HDRP to URP and just making sure that all the components were there. So I'm fairly happy with that. That can go like that. I think that's safe to do. Right, so it's got this tattoo thing, which I think is pretty cool. It's like Celtic, or it could be Norse. I don't know what it says. I think it does actually say something. I want to something. I think it's a texture that gets added as a skin. It's on the skin shader, and I'm pretty sure it's getting added in somewhere here. BC. There you go. There you go. So it's got this tattoo texture on the body, but you can use this one, which would be without that texture. So I'll quickly show you that. So we need to select that body part there and put that one on there. And okay, so that's gone. The color has gone, but there's a normal map as well that goes with it. And the normal map, you can see it's embedded. So we do the normal map as well, which would be this one, and there you go. So it's taken that away. I actually want to put that back because I want to remember that I've actually got that texture available. I'm not sure if the male character's got that actually. He might have, actually. He might indeed. There he is, the Berserker skins, and we want the textures, characters, bodies, skins. Can't really. He's got the scars. I remember we had the scars on there, and we went through and actually did a repair to get rid of the scars on one of these models. I can't remember which one it was. It might not have been this one. I don't think he's got the tattoos. I think it's just the female that's got the tattoos. Anyway, so there's two different ways of doing that. One, I've still got those scripts on there. Get rid of those scripts. Don't need them. Okay. Go to the female. One of the things Quang Fan has done is he's got the texture. So the 2D texture here, you can see, has the tattoo embedded in it, which means if you want to change the wording, you'd have to edit this in Photoshop, or actually you'd probably use this one and write your own, but you're going to have to make it mold around the body, around the arm, around this. You're going to have to use the same angles here, which means probably doing it in Blender, painting it in Blender or something like that, or some other Maya or something like that. Anyway, getting ahead of myself. So we've got cheesecloth bandage, we've got the teeth, we've got that, we've got the feet. We've got the feet we can turn off because we've got shoes on. Boots. Okay, we've got this thing here, which is a pelvis rope. I would have said it's like a belt chain. Belt chain. It sounds like there might be multiple of these. Okay, does that come off? And then you get this thing, which is a belt skull. So that can come off. And then you've got these two parts here. Right. So these two parts are actually attached into the armature because they're going to swing. Because it's got the physics, it's modelled into the rigging. In fact, it goes down each chain piece by the look of it. Each joint there is like, it's not every joint, but okay. So they've rigged them. So I don't mess with that, but I might rename it as belt chain physics belt chain physics, just so I can remember that's there. Right. Okay, with the physics, where we can, if we turn off the armature, that will disappear. And it's also, it's hiding the hair at the back because the hair is also going to be like an armature thing. So it's fine. I think I know what's going wrong with this thing here. Why that looks odd is because the dithering is different on that to this one. So that dither probably wants to be a bit fuller and this one wants to be a bit less. And that's not right because it's got that figure there. That's better. That's better. Again, I need to move the camera, the lighting around to just see how this looks. I probably should set up some more lights in the scene, but I've got so many characters in it now. Directional light. Okay, I just want to sort of look at the hair and see if it passes the test. I think it's okay. We can change the colour. We can change the opacity boost, which is sort of how full the hair is, I guess. That's all good. So now with the lighting from behind, we can see that's all good. Okay, so that is an upper body piece. Upper body. And I would suspect it's a skin piece. Oop. So 2 upper body pieces. I'm going to do this very carefully here. Okay. Yeah, sounds like there's maybe even 3 upper body pieces somewhere. Top body A, there's another one. Upper body. Skin 3. I'm just renaming these temporarily while I figure out what they are and why they're separate. There'll be a reason why they're separate. probably have different attachment to these armors, but I want to understand that. Okay, boots, feet swaps. Good, and it sounds like these pieces are leggings. What's going on with those? Looks like there's 2 sets of leggings. Leggings. That would be a leg swap. That's not a chest cloth. That's a skirt, which I would say is a waist swap. Waist swap could be a waist swap or a waist add-in. I'm not going to remove that at the moment. Shoulder add-ins. That's just the fur. It seems to be the only bit that's been separated. I know why they've separated it, because it's got different PBR properties, different physically based render properties. It's a matte hair shader, and these are metal glossy reflective shaders, so that's why they've done it as separate pieces. It's just annoying that all those armor pieces and the cloth is all part of the same. Actually, that looks a bit odd there too. It's not joined up. It's approximately right. Okay. All right. What's going on? We've got this piece here. Right, so those are the other leggings. They are leggings. Are they the same? Leggings 1, leggings 2. The same to me. Which means we probably don't need both. I think it was just the way that they were constructed with these other things. Boot swaps, feet swaps. Right, feet. Okay. Into dangerous territory now. That is a lower body skin. Lower body. Waist, thigh, waist, thigh, skin. So that is in there. That's actually lower body and legs. Okay. Lower body. Thigh. Only skin, no legs, skin. Okay, and right, so that's that. That's that. That is not a chest cloth. That is another skirt. 2, skirt 1. Now I want to make sure that this is going to render safely. Yes, okay, so I've got skirt 1. Okay, so there's something up with that. That is using the wrong materials again. Materials, avatar, underwear. That's better, I think. It looks like there's clippings, so there's obviously 2 of them in there. And that should be in there. And I'm hoping that I can turn that off and leave the other one there. Yes. And this one should also be that. And then they should no longer. They'll be effectively the same, but they're going to clip a little bit. Right. Underwear 2. Underwear 1. Not sure why there's all these sets. There's another one. Odd. 3 sets of underwear. Okay, that one looks like it's got the right materials. They look identical. Okay, and then we've got a bottom body A, so that's another one of them. If these are identical, I'm going to start removing stuff because then they just won't be needed. It's what I have found sometimes though is that the reason another set's been created is that the mesh has been morphed a little bit because of armor popping through or something. So the artist has obviously had to move a piece of the mesh out so that it doesn't pop through the armor or the skin pops through it, whatever. And they might have only modified that one because when you take the armor piece off, it's no longer needed. And that happens a lot with belts. I think with the female knight belt, there were 3 or 4 belts overlaying, and a few of them were different sizes because obviously if you're wearing the hip piece, what are they called? The folds on the side, and then the belt might go over the top of the folds. But if you're not wearing the folds, this belt's just going to hover with a loop around it, so there's a smaller version of it. I don't know how that's going to work in the game. I really don't know. I'm going to have to just test that and see if it looks quirky and then adapt it. I do have a tool that allows you to modify the mesh deformer, and I've got another one that allows me to edit the mesh, particularly for faces, so with blend shapes and those sorts of things. So I'll probably have to deal with that at some point. Now, those 2 chains there look a bit odd, but I know why. It's because it's sitting on the armature parent. So that's fine. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm now going to turn back on. They look identical. No, they're not totally identical. So you can kind of see what I was talking about here between skirt 1 and skirt 2. Slight edit between the 2, and I suspect that might have been because of a belt or something. There you go. That one might have been just a little bit too obvious. There's not a lot in it, and to tell you the truth, I don't think anyone's going to notice, but I will know. And you will know because you're watching this stream. I may tidy that up. Anyway, I'm going to turn all this stuff back on because I'm going to keep it for the moment. And was the weapons in there? No, this wasn't. There is a weapon in this pack. There's a battle axe. So I'm going to bring that in. I don't know where that's gone. Oh, I'm going to put that in there. No. Oh, it's material. It's not a prefab. I need the prefab. Battle axe. There we go. There we go. Right. So let's do this thing that I do. Yeah, that's not right. What I want to do is take the transform position of the hand. So we'd look at the armature. Suppose you could make her right-handed. And weapon, there we go. Copy that component. Go there. Paste component values. That is not right. Because that's local to the character. That's why. Do this by hand. This is just temporarily why I'm messing around here in this scene. God, I hate that. Alright, let's grab the whole characters thing, put that there. Paste component values. Rotate. I know she's not actually holding it. It's just the T-pose at the moment, but I just want to get the look. I would suggest it would be held a little bit more. It's going to be top heavy. There. That'll do. That'll do, donkey, that'll do. Okay, cool. Happy with that. Feet. Turn off feet. Save. Right, what's left? Got the hand swaps. Take the hands off. And what's left is this chest armor piece, which would be chest add-ons. And you get this one. And I'm really not sure. Ah. Aha. Okay. Okay, we've got a version of... Right. We've got a version of the chest armor which doesn't have the other pieces. That's handy. Which means I can hack away at this one and not have to break this one. Okay, so that's the sleeve. It's not got these other pieces on it. So it's the chest armor shirt, and that's it. And then this one will need to be hacked apart into different pieces. But at least we've got one that's got this shoulder piece intact. It's got a collar. And I think once this piece is broken apart and we take that pauldron apart and the rear brace and maybe the strap and this arm piece and that rear brace, that's not really a rear brace, that's just a strap, that's going to be one piece. That should be right. And I might be able to mirror, if I'm going to go to that effort, I might mirror that cutter onto the other arm as well. Now what's going on with these two? Okay, so I'm pleased with that. That's good. Good discovery. That's an empty. That's an empty. We've got two skirts. I don't know why. I think one's to do with the various straps and things that are on it, but I'm going to leave them intact, or leave one of them intact. We've got the leg swaps. There's two different legs. Let's just make one of them available. That looks fine. Ah, I've just spotted something very important. So, on the body, this bit here is fine, but on this, you can see the back part that comes down is see-through, which means it's a single-sided shader. That's not right. So, we've got the Dawn Shader clothing URP. We want the Dawn Shader clothing. Two sides. There we go. That's better. That's what it should be. Takes a little bit more processing power, I think. Minimally. But it's, yeah, two sides is what we want. Otherwise it just looks weird. Okay. And I think the only other thing I want to do at the moment, I'm going to name the boots. The boots are going to be pretty much what we had for the female knight, which is going to be boots plate full. Boots plate full, yep. Okay, so boots plate, full plate. And they have, what are these called? They are called Paulines. Yeah. Full Paulines. Cool. Again, I really don't think in medieval times, if there were females that were warriors, that they would have high-heeled boots. But it's a thing. It's a trope. It's a thing that RPGs have, so I'm not going to question it. Gloves. Gloves, 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 hands, hands, gloves. Okay, so we've got 2 sets of gloves, which is good. And one set look like that. They almost look like, I'm still not brilliantly happy about that. That should have better normal so that that rope pops out a bit more, but it's looking a little bit flat. It's okay there. Anyway, they are like fighting gloves. What are they called? Like the boxers who would just bind their hands. Anyway, the problem I've got, I do have hands underneath. Yeah, that's good. That's good. I do have the hands. Okay, so with gloves, left and right. They are glove, leather, and what are they called? It's when it's boxing, medieval, bare knuckle, bindings. What are they called? Hands. Medieval bindings. No. Bindings. Just medieval hands. There's a particular word I'm thinking of, and it pugilism. That's what I'm after. They're like pugilist. Wrapping. Yeah, that's what I think they're supposed to be. That's what I'm going to call them. Leather with pugilist wraps. Left. Right. Cool. They are a set, but they can be equipped separately. So that needs a parent called gloves, leather, pugilist wraps. And then we've got these two, which are more heavy duty. They're going to have a parent. And this is, what is it? Oh, something definitely going on with that shader. Something very weird going on with that shader. You can see the inside of the mesh, which makes me wonder whether the normals have been flipped on this mesh. That's interesting. Okay, could be another problem somewhere else. My gloves. Dawn shader, clothing shader. If we switch to a different shader, does it make a difference? Two-sided, it might have to be a two-sided shader, just to fix that issue. I like the fact with the Quangfan models that he's used the same insignia on all the models. This sort of, it's not a fleur-de-lis, but it's like a floral pattern thing, and he's got the Celtic pattern underneath. Being set in medieval England, the Celts are going to be part of the storyline. Let's just say that. So I like this this sort of patterning that's hinted at throughout this. Alright, so these actually are leather on the inside and plate on the outside. That would be a greave. This would be a gauntlet. So they're going to be something like female knight. Hand swaps. I think they're going to be like hand full plate vambrace gauntlets without the overkill. I think the overkill one on that was a bit descriptive. Gauntlet and full plate. Press gauntlet left. Right. Gauntlets. Cool. All right. So that actually works really well. Something's gone wrong here. Oh, I've got these messed up. I've named the wrong ones. Right. So the right, I think the right and the right. Yeah, that's better. So that is the full plate. Right, I've named them wrong and I've grouped them wrong. That is the right. Okay, so we've got the gloves, leather, pugilist wraps. That makes sense. It's like boxing, sort of wrapping along the forearm to protect the forearm. And then you've got the heavier duty ones, but you wouldn't have both. And that seems to fix that issue with the single-sided shader, which is good. I don't know why that was doing that. I've not seen that before on any of these models. Alrighty. Is there anything else I need to worry about? Face is looking okay. Still, this eyebrow thing looks a bit off. Nothing I can really do about it. Hair is okay. Let's just test the hair colour thing. Oh, it dyed. It is dyed. But we could make it a different colour, make it stand out. There we go. And then we take that colour, copy that colour, get at this one, dye that, and boop, put in that colour in there, and that's the same colour on both. So it looks like it goes with it. Okay, just a little bit of variation, I guess. I think that's looking okay. So the only drawback I can see with this model is the tattoo would need to be either removed or edited, because I think this says something in English. Which way up that is, that might be back to front. Something here. I want to something. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that says. Anyway, so that text can't be edited. It can be replaced completely by switching out the skin texture. But rewriting it with some other text is going to require Photoshop and possibly modeling software like Maya or something to Blender to paint the text over the shape. But that's okay. I didn't necessarily want the tattoo. It didn't bother me. The face tattoos, I think, with the face ones, they've got this dirt thing which actually applies to the whole model, which you can use to make a character dirty. Obviously, you'd apply it to the equipment and everything. So that I think all the shaders, I think, have that. There you go. So you can kind of, depending on how it's configured, you'd apply. Maybe as you're doing more and more battle, this number's just growing, and then when you go back to the town, it gradually resets back. I don't know. It could be an interesting little tweak. Anyway, the face texture on some of these somewhere. So you've got the lip nail colour, freckles, hair cap, emission mask, it's got a panner map which allows you to put in a texture here, and it will scroll through the background. I think I've done that on this one. That's this sort of thing going on here. If I click that, I think you can kind of see it. It's actually moving. So that's a panner map. But on the face, I think it was the female knight. Where are we? Tattoo. There you go. Skin shader V2. So the skin shader V2 actually has a separate tattoo shader option here that you can put textures into, and it will then overlay on top of the skin. So that's basically a better way to sort of handle it. And I think if I can demonstrate that, how did I do it before? Yeah, you switch out the material, you switch out the texture on the skins. And I think it's one of these BC ones, the MU ones. There you go. You can kind of get a different sort of effect on it. I think though that the idea is that you just do that, but you can. It's got so many options. So many options. So I think character customization is going to work really well. All right, let's just check this lighting. Make sure the lighting is still good. Rotating around Y. Cool. That looks good. Okay. And that look all right. And over that one. All right. Cool. I think that's done. So I think the biggest issue I've got with this is going to be taking this big armor piece and chopping it up. And I'm not worried now about the underlying shirt because that exists. So I can do what I like underneath this bit here. And I'll need to cut along there and around this strap thing, I think. Just make the strap its own armor piece all the way around. That'll be easy. The rear brace, I think that'll be straightforward. And that other one should be reasonably okay. The other thing is, of course, if these models are sufficiently similar in physiology, shape, I may be able to borrow the armor off the other one and just not bother building separate pieces here. The thing is, some of these are unique to these characters. Like I think this pauldron is unique to this particular character. Certainly you wouldn't use the male version on the female, but I think this piece is actually unique to this warrior. You got the Celtic design in there. It does look very cool. Very, very cool. Very happy with that. All in all, I think I'm good with that. I'm going to save that and check this in. That structure I'm happy with. Source control. Okay. Refresh. So you can see how much I've worked on here. That's all the stuff that's changed. And a lot of it was because I moved stuff. Sorry, a lot of it's because it's the new package, but also I've moved all this character, the eye textures, so they're now renamed to more meaningful names. Certainly more meaningful to me. Okay, so eye advanced renamed textures. And we've brought in furry S1 female warrior. That's what I'm calling her anyway. Okay, while that's chugging away, I'm going to get this next one ready to go. So the next one is probably the last Quang Fan one I'm using as a player character, which is a shame because I like them. It'd be nice if there were more that were suitable for a medieval. I know there's a load of them that are not medieval and they just won't fit in the game, but this is the last one that I think should work. And this is called this one here. I think I was showing this a bit earlier in the stream. Ghost Lady S4 the Hunters. So again, what I like about this particular model is the crossbow. I think having that weapon in the game and having multiple variations on a theme of this, which would be nice to be able to have lots of different types of crossbows, but having a character that's designed and equipped to work with it, I think makes a lot of sense. It's got the same sort of look as the others in terms of armor, and the hat is the only thing that probably doesn't fit. I don't have to use that, of course, because you can equip the character without it. It's got this sort of mask thing over the eyes, which I think is a cool thing, so that might stay. But you should be able to see that it's the same art style. It's got the same physics-based materials for sort of leather and metal and things, so they look really good. This is the sort of variations that you can do through the shaders, through the Quang Fan's shaders. So you can do all sorts of stuff, really. I'm starting with the very basic stuff. So yeah, this character, apart from the hat, I think is perfect for a ranged attack character, because I've got an archer, I've got an assassin, which might use throwing knives, but crossbow, I think this is very cool. I think, the fact that it's sort of studded leather armor kind of goes to that sort of character. So yeah, I'm quite pleased with that. So that'll be the last major one that comes in, and then the one after that. So I'll probably do Ghost Lady S4 now, and then the last bit I'll probably do after this is to bring in what is it called? What's the last one called? With the Reaper. So I've got this one as well, and this is probably going to be an enemy, as you can guess. It's effectively a skeleton with cloth armor physics and that sort of thing. I've got quite a few skeleton models from lots of different places, so this may be one of many, but I like the way Quang Fan has optimized them, and I like the way the chains and those sorts of things are wired into the armature along with this sort of cloth stuff. So this is, as they move, all of this stuff's going to swing and move with the movement of the character, which is really neat, which you don't always get with a lot of the characters. And of course, if I haven't looked yet, but if this character's got the same rigging, then the mouth should open, which means you can make it have a talking part, or make it into an NPC even if need be. So yeah, I'm going to bring in Ghost Lady S4 Hunter first, get that one working in here, and then do the Reaper, and then I'm probably going to call it a night. So it's probably another couple of hours, 2 or 3 hours to go. Okay, that's all checked in. Now this stream on on Twitch. I am downloading it and putting it back up onto YouTube because I think YouTube would be a more permanent method of keeping I think Twitch actually get rid of the streams after a while, so I want to sort of keep them there for people to refer to, and for me to document my own sort of progress on this thing. So if you miss this stream or you want to jump out and sort of look at it later, check out the YouTube channel, and I'm going to probably put up the stream as it is, just a recording as it is. I'm not going to do a huge amount of editing of it. I don't have time for that. I might later on put some checkpoints in there so you can see where I'm up to very quickly. But that's the plan anyway. I put up the last 2 streams onto YouTube yesterday, so they're now there. And you can refer to them. They were the characters that I've been working on a couple of weeks ago. All right. I want to, let's concentrate, Martin, concentrate. Ghost Lady S4. Into the characters, yes. Right, so that'll take a while just to bring that in. Yes, that's that done. Okay, so if you've been watching the stream, I did talk a little bit earlier about some of the other packages that I'm integrating with these Quangfan characters. Salsa being one of them, and one of the challenges with Salsa is that it's an approximation of LipSync. It's not got the phoneme mapping that you might have with other LipSync software. Let me just see if I can bring up my references for the mouth shapes. Dialogue. Let's see, files. While that's importing, what did I do with it? Salsa, that's Gmail. What did I do with it? Here we go. Alright, so this kind of gives you an idea of the Vizime mouth shapes that you're looking for. So a W sound, W, sort of the shape of the mouth. F, T, Th, Ow, E, O. So they are Vizime shapes. Some models have them built in, like this one. Actually, this is one of the packs I've got. I haven't brought it in yet, but it's got facial expressions and Vizimes, and these values you can play with that will do those blend shapes on the mouth. This is obviously a smile, but these are phoneme mapped shapes as far as I understand it. So when there's an S sound, it should, depending on the LipSync software, map to this thing and then change the blend shape of the face to map that. So my understanding of Salsa is that it doesn't work exactly like that. It actually has... where are you? Where are you? That one there. This guy. It actually has these Vizimes. But they're on like a scale, like either a curve or a linear scale. And so the sound is somehow analysed to look at, is that a small sound or a big sound in terms of how wide open the mouth is. And that's, I don't quite understand yet how you get f, t, the, p, how you get those mouth shapes to work in this curvilinear viseme thing, or how it knows those, because you're defining your own names for that. You can call these whatever you want. I haven't figured that out yet, but I have done some testing with these, and it does work. I can play. I wonder if I can. I'm going to have to put it into play mode, I think, on this character. Turn her off, turn her off, turn him on, turn her off. Go to this guy. Right. Let's see if we can quickly demonstrate this. Okay, I've got to get rid of this issue with this Ghost Lady S4. First of all, let's get rid of the scripts. So this is the only guy I've done any Salsa integration with, and I got it to work in an evening without too much trouble. I don't know if it work in this scene. I don't know if the scene will play properly yet, but we'll have a go. Because I think once you can kind of see where this is going, once I get these characters wired up with RPG Builder and the armor sets, I can start working on making individual items and working on the stats and the balancing and the level up and the, what capabilities the armor and the equipment gives. That can all be developed from the basis of these models getting wired up to RPG Builder. The other thing I can start doing is, once the phoneme mapped faces or the Salsa approximation is done on these faces, I can start on dialogue lines and start integrating with the dialogue system for Unity, the quest system from Pixel. What are they called? Pixel. What are they called? Sorry, I should call them out. Dialogue system. Pixel Crushers. That's what they're called. Pixel Crushers. So these guys, I've got 3 of their assets. I think at least 3. So I've got the dialogue system. I've got the quest system, which is for obviously giving out quests, giving out rewards, all that sort of stuff. And I've also got this one, which is about relationships and effectively within your NPCs you can change their behavior based on things that they witness or things that they hear about in the world. So if you go and kill an innocent villager in a village 3 miles up the road, do these NPCs in this village know about it? How do they then react to you? So that's what this thing does. Quite amazing. So yeah, these all talk to one another, which is great. But yeah, this thing is going to be constructing all the dialogue components, but I can then start outsourcing my voice recording to people on Fiverr, the voice actors I've identified on Fiverr, to actually start recording some dialogue lines, bring them back into Unity. And I've got my voiceovers here. This is just a pack with some very basic one-line lines, custom lines. Still quite a few. I'm using this for testing, but hopefully you can hear these.
Very wise.
It's very quiet. Let me see if I can boost that up. I don't know if you're going to be able to hear that.
The winds of magic will be my guide.
Hopefully you can hear that.
The winds of magic will be my guide.
So these dialogue lines, they're a bit quiet, but they're when you hear them properly, they're actually quite good. So I've used this guy. I can't remember if I used the wizard. There's, in this particular pack, it's very funny to find it. There's some lines for the wizard that sound very, very like Gandalf. Fly, you fools. There you go.
Fly, you fools!
Fly, you fools.
Fly, you fools!
So there's some quite good voice acting just in this pack.
Protector of mankind!
It's not enough in these packs to create custom dialogue. They'd have to be sort of canned lines, which is okay for, prototyping and getting the lip sync working, which is what I'm using them for. But these dialogue lines are all going to be replaced by recordings from professional voice actors via Fiverr, and then brought together and replaced over the top of these. So you can see where I'm going with this is to basically get this framework of the characters working with RPG Builder, working with the Malber's horseriding and the weapons, being able to shoot arrows and all those sorts of things is already part of that. I can then get onto RPG Builder and start building out all the items and the skill trees and the lore around them. And the dialogue is then going to flow from this. So basically all the story elements come out in the dialogue and the NPCs. So basically it sort of explodes once we get past this initial configuration of these characters into a world where basically I'm just like a factory pumping out all this content that will go into the dialogue here, the NPC interactions, and the items in RPG Builder. So it will very quickly become playable elements. Once I've got an alpha together that I'm happy to share. That I've got an alpha at the moment. It's pretty buggy, but once I've got an alpha ready to share, and it'll be probably in the next few months, I would like to try and get some people to have a bit of a play test on that and probably put that on itch.io. And that's really where I can start creating the content in the game in terms of dialogue, quests, items, and story. All those elements are going to come out in the next few months. They're going to start in the next few months. The other big thing that I'm doing is the level design, and I'm sort of taking a break from that at the moment. I spent quite a few months, about 6 months ago, building out a lot of the levels, and got a bit burnt out from doing all that, and decided I'd work on the characters. But I'll get burnt out with this now, and I'll get back to the level building. So it's nice to be able to switch between these modes of development to do whatever takes my fancy at the moment. So anyway, so let's see if we can get this guy. Let's clear that. Let's see if we can get this playing, and we'll see if we can get him doing a dialogue line. I should have saved that just in case there's a problem. And he's not there. Why is he not there? I think I know why. Yeah, it's because he is not my active character. That's why. And he's... Oh, what are you doing? I've turned off the floor, that's why. Because I'm not using this environment as it's supposed to be. Let's see if he stands still this time. Interesting that his helmet hovered, which tells me something's dislocated from... Okay, he's down there. He's fallen over, and I think that could be because he's got... I haven't put on all the other routines on him yet that the other ones have. I've been using him for lip sync, effectively. Now, let's see if we can get him doing some lip sync. Where are you, play?
For the order!
He's repeating the same line.
For the order! For the order! For the order!
But what you can see from Salsa, and it's Salsa that's doing this stuff at the moment. I've got the head configuration turned off, so he's not moving his head. I can turn that on, I think. That may not be too happy about that. But you can see the little inflections on the face. These are the things I've configured. So this was in an evening where I was just having a bit of a play around with this. So he's got his say small, say medium, say large. And it's not triggering them at the moment, I think, because I'm not playing the audio. And the eyes are, though. So this is the emoter part. So what he's doing at the moment, apart from breathing, is emotor quint. So he's got the squint, he's got a brow up, brow down, brows up. And those are the only ones that I configured. I modeled these. And it's randomly choosing between these. And each of these has its own recording of where the upper and lower limits of these things are. So blink, for example, is part of the eyes configuration, but in here you can move the eyelids up and down. So I did a bit of playing around with the eyebrows and the nose to make him sort of either sniff or sort of furrow the brow or to twitch. And so you can create these sort of fairly minor movements in the face. Like, I know he's not doing the dialogue right now, and the dialogue is really important. But you kind of get a sense of how you can move parts of the mesh around, even though this particular head has not got its own blend shapes. It's just using the position of the transforms on various parts of the face, and then recording them, or saving the position of those in Salsa, and then letting it play through them in a sort of random sequence. And of course you can change mode programmatically. So if you're in dialogue and you upset somebody, you could have it trigger a particular set of properties here. You get someone nervous and maybe their eyes start darting around more. So in the eyes part, you can set these up to do various things. Very, very powerful. But as I say, it's lip sync approximation. This is the bit that I'm most unaware of. I don't know quite how I'm going to get the other blend shapes in there to do oo, th, p, f sounds into this blend shape, into this face. But I'm quite happy with the fact that after an evening of sort of just playing around with it, it's got to the point where I can get a result. Where's my audio gone? Audio. Eyelid configuration, eye configuration, head configuration. Where are you? Where are you? Audio. Emote settings. It's a little bit nested here. Where are you? There it is, under references.
Order!
Is that the movement of the character is being controlled by, I think, this character animator. Yep, there. Okay, so that's him. Where are you? Where have you gone? What are you doing? Now what are you doing? So I think that's like a breathing animation or something. But then on top of that, you've also got is it going to be happy with that? No, it's got a null reference, so I need to debug that. So I haven't wired all of this up completely. Let's turn off that background. Environment floor. Male Crusader. There he is. Alright, back to him. What was I saying? Yes, so when he's moving his mouth and it's doing that flickering thing, I think what's happening is that his Salsa's trying to do the movement of according to these rules, but something's fighting it. You've got another set of animations that it's trying to put back in, which might be like a base position of the character. So there's some fiddling to do here. There's some debugging, definitely. Particularly in this scene, it looks quite broken because there's null references and things. I'm actually not worried. I'm probably end up taking all this off and redoing it again because I've probably made some big boo-boos here. But in the scene that I had him stand alone, he was able to stand there and actually read out line of dialogue and move his mouth in a rough approximation. considering I haven't yet figured out all of these are so powerful. All of this stuff. The Vizime configuration is what I'm most interested in. So it has this thing in here. Where are you? There we go. I'll quickly show you. So you've got this adjustment where you can say small. Take preview mode off. We want to adjust the position of that should have a component name there, which might be like mouth or upper lip or something like that. And we adjust the position and it automatically takes you to the transform position, so you can kind of move the mouth to the right position and then set it again, so you can effectively use that guide that I was looking at. These Vizime guides here as a bit of visual cue on what those shapes might look like in terms of the mouth shape. Is it a transform back and up and down and rotation? Move it to the right position, rotation and scale, and then set the minimum and maximum values for that particular component, which might be the left hand side of the upper lip or something. And then you set them and then you test it. And obviously there's a fair bit of work to get that going, but once I think I know my way around doing this for one character, it should be easy to then apply the same logic to the others. I think most of my time was spent experimenting rather than actually just setting up properly. So I think it's got the capability to do what I want. But as I say, the only thing I'm most unaware of at the moment is how you configure all these different phoneme sound shapes when it's doing an approximation based on this this scale, this curve. You can do a linear or you can do a curve. I don't know how it figures that out. It could be proprietary, but I don't know how it. I don't know what I need to do here to make those shapes really work. What it's looking for, it's obviously not looking for say small. It's looking at this number. I don't know what that means. So probably a few more tutorials on that. Anyway, that's what that one's all about. I'm pretty happy with it. I think just having a sort of play with these emote configurations, I was quite impressed with the fact that you could create these emotes or twitches or blinking, or you can make their eyes dart around if they're nervous. You can make them chew gum, by literally just defining these, taking parts of the mesh, moving it around, setting its values, attaching it to the bone and setting the timing on it, and then letting it play in either a random or you can call these routines on demand if you need to through the API, I believe. So it could be triggered by dialogue, for example, that someone gets surprised by your answer to a particular piece of dialogue, and suddenly their eyes are opened up, all surprised. So it could be quite an interesting way to make this interaction quite a lot more realistic. I've seen a lot of games where there's dialogue happening with the characters and they're just standing there, they're not moving at all, the head's not moving, the mouth is just going, the jaw is just going up and down, maybe on a rotation or something, and it's not worth looking at. It's horrible. So I'm not trying to make it perfect, but I'm trying to make it believable, and at least have an attempt at it. I've never done it before, but I'll give it a go. Anyway, enough talking about that guy. Let's bring in this other character. Let's put his helmet face mask back on, so we're not looking at him. And let's go. Let's bring her back on. And so that was the one I've just finished. And now I'm going to go and bring in Ghost Lady S4, which is this new hunter. I've not done any work on this at all. I think it's going to be a mess because I've not taken it apart. I've not analysed the model at all. I think all I've done is just put it into an HDRP project and convert it to URP. So this may be okay, may not be. characters, original, and there's variants as well. Okay, let's have a look. Okay, it's not too bad. Okay, so that's the base one. And there's an original source mesh. Hair. Okay, so it's different hairs. There's hair under the hat. Okay, now the fact that there's variants but there's no play variant concerns me. Which one should I use? That one's got the weapon. That looks like it's got all the meshes in there because it's got the feet poking through. It's got the weapon, it's got the hat, it's got the mask. I suspect that's the one I should probably use. Actually, that doesn't look too bad. Alright, so let's take this one's position. Copy the component, take this one, and paste the values. Move it over. Oh, God. And move that over. I've just noticed that battle axe should not be a prefab at this point. That should be part of this one's structure. There we go. Alright. Because I want to be able to turn off the whole character like that. Okay. Alright. I've not looked at this one yet, so this is going to be new to me. Prefab. We want to unpack that completely. This goes down here. Player. Female. Let's call it Hunter, for want of a better word. And actually, I think the materials look okay. We've got multiple layers poking through that don't look quite right. That's normal. We've got skin layers poking through that don't look right as either. We've got feet poking out halfway through the shoes. We've got a similar issue to what I sort of said a few weeks ago, which was if you've got a character that's wearing shoes like that and you put them on the ground when they're on the boots, what happens when you take the boots off? Do they hover above the ground on their feet? And conversely, if you line them up so the feet are on the ground and then you put them in boots, do the boots go under the ground? That could be a problem. It may not be noticeable, but it might do some weird stuff with shadows and things like that. So, yeah, I may need to have a think about that. Anywho, materials look really good. So this is the PBR materials I was talking about with Quang Fan's shaders. Incredible quality. This looks like high definition render pipeline, but it's not. It's universal render pipeline. And so this is his clothing shader. With a leather look, you've got the chrome or the sort of gold plate or whatever you want to call it there. This looks amazing quality. And that's with the dirt added. The dirt shader sort of dialed up. They just look so good, and you can see the cloth here is working as a double-sided shader, so you can visible from the front and the back, so that doesn't need to be fixed. The jacket here looks matte, like it's sort of like a all-weather thing. A bit of skin poking through there. I'm not sure what that is. It's probably better. Yeah, we've got this mask thing going on here. The hair is not... Okay, the hair needs fixing because it's coming from the female knight, but that's not too bad. The hat, I'm not convinced with the hat. I don't think it fits with medieval style. It looks too modern. The feather in it in particular sort of looks stylistically like it might even be 19th century Indiana Jones style. So I think we're gonna lose that. I think that's what we're going to be working with, which I think could pass for medieval, kinda. The weapon looks really good. It probably wouldn't be authentic for medieval time. You've got the hand rendering inside there, so I want to hand, there we go, take the hands out. Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily say it's an accurate representation of a medieval one, although this sort of setup I think is somewhat similar. But it's okay, I think it will pass. It's not going to be the only weapon in the game. It's certainly got this foot thing where you put your foot in there to actually arm it and pull back the bowstring. So I think it's not a bad representation of a medieval, or some point in medieval history, having a crossbow. So yeah, all in all, I'm pretty happy with that. I think the hat is the thing I'll lose. The metal mask, I'm not sure what the purpose of that is. Maybe she's so good with the crossbow she doesn't need to look anymore. She's just, you know, put the VR helmet on and do it behind that. Anyway, so that's what I'm going to work on, is get this one, get the structure behind this matched to these other player characters. I might just quickly save before we go any further. Okay, it's similar structure to the others. We've got the hair is wired up with the armature, same as before. It's got bags. That's good. Sort of inventory bag. It looks like it's separate. Got an issue here with that's the underwear. So take that off. Don't need that. There's a bag, something leather there. That looks like that can be equipped or unequipped. That's good. The boots are okay, and they've got sort of jacket, sort of studded leather. And the boots are actually separate, so the feet are not as a pair, which is interesting. Okay, that's cool. I'm sure you probably wouldn't find one boot and walk around in one boot, but anyway, you could. And then you've got this studded leather material, which looks brilliant. Looks really, really good. All in all, very, very happy with this. Even if you just used in Quangfan's folders here, if you just use the textures folder of these textures for this stuff, and you apply that with one of his shaders to a 3D model of a couch, you'd wind up with a very good looking studded leather couch or sofa. It's so realistic. What's going on there? What's that? That's part of the weapon. Okay. What have we got? We've got some belts. We've got this thing up here which looks like it's a big armor piece on the shoulder. That's good. And it looks like it comes with a separate piece there. Not sure what that's called. This might be a pauldron. She's got sort of a neck thing going on there. There's like furry stuff going on there. And another one. Can they be removed separately? Yes, they can. That's good. That's separate. Not quite sure why there's two of those. The arm piece here, the straps are built into that. Okay, the gloves are separate. That means basically it can be gloved or hands. So that's fine, that's good. No problem there. Looks like the cloak is separate. And this piece is separate. And the straps are separate. Belts are separate. bag is separate. The other bag is separate. So this is quite a good model. It's got quite a lot of broken down pieces, which means lots of equipable items for, you know, making it interesting. Where's the feet gone? There we go. So the boots are all part of one item. All in all, quite a good model, actually. I'm quite impressed with that. So, you know, for the fact that the only thing that was putting me off was the hat. Not a problem. Alright. Okay, time to sort this one out then. Alright, so I'm going to create these structures again. Armature parent. Armature. Okay, and the root goes in there. Okay. So it's good. So it's got a note. What's actually sitting in the armature is that hair. Whoa. Okay, so that's actually, considering she's not going to have a hood at this point and she's not going to be wearing that hat, that's irrelevant. I probably won't use hair for hat. I'm probably going to use this one. The issue I've got is that, apart from it being the textures from the wrong model, is that the hair should have a cap on the head that covers the head. Is it in here? Yes, it is. There's a hair cap, and it looks like it will work. Yeah, it's changing something there. Hair cap color. I'm going to change the color of that to that for the time being. And bring that up. There we go. So that now looks better. Okay, so we probably some of this mesh may actually get deleted. Not tonight, but we don't need the hair hat piece because it's obviously underneath the hat. We're not using the hat. Hat goes away. In fact, I'm going to go in there. Do not use. And it looks like the hat was all part of the armature as well, which doesn't make a lot of sense unless it moved with, maybe it was rigged. The hair was. See, there's a hat root. Yeah, okay. Right, so the rim of the hat and the feathers by the look of it. Yeah, it's the feathers. So presumably as she moves around, the physics engine is going to, the physics bone collider script is going to work on this, on the armature, and make this feather move in that sort of pattern. The hat itself's not going to move, I don't think. But we're not going to use that anyway, and we're not going to use that hair, and we're not going to use that. That's fine. Alright, so that's all good. So that's the armature sorted. Now we need the meshes and we need the armour. Yeah, there's a lot of pieces here to work through, but it's kind of fun. It's kind of fun to work through this stuff, and you get ideas about what could be in the game just from sort of playing with this stuff. Alright, I want meshes. I thought I just added that. Meshes, armor. Maybe I missed that somewhere. Right. Feet. go in meshes. Hands, go in meshes. Metal mask. That is a piece of armor. The coat. What is the coat? Ah, yeah, okay. We've got all this stuff going on. So that coat is part of armor. Part of armor. We've got the crossbow, which is definitely going to be in a folder under armor called weapons. Crossbow. Bottom body, they're normally meshes. Bottom body 01. Gloves is an armor set. Head base is a mesh. High heels is going to be armor. Top body, now these are going to be a mixture probably of meshes, underlying meshes for the body and the armor set. So my my view of this is to have the base mesh be the character as their starting point in the game, with the basic clothing that you start out with, rags, whatever, and the armor stuff is likely to be completely disabled at the start of the game, and you have to go and find this armor, make this armor, buy this armor, get it off a boss, get a drop, and then it will go into your inventory, you equip it, and that's where it gets then enabled on the character. So this stuff here is all going to get broken into separate armor pieces in RPG Builder and given its own set of stats. But obviously things like the skin doesn't, because it's just part of the character. Okay. Neck cloth. What is that? Ah, that's a neck thing. I don't know what you call that, neck cloth, I suppose, right? There's a shirt, which is like a jacket thing. Head base should go up there. Bottom body, top body, feet should go down there. Alright, top body skin, there's a bit of that. That can go in there. There's bags, and whatever that is. I don't know what that is. Ah, that's that cloth thing. Little mask, okay. And then you got the bikini parts, which is important to keep them somewhat clothed. Obviously, that's popping through the mesh of the clothing, so that would be hidden once other clothing is over the top. Neck cloth B. Don't know. Whoa. Neck cloth B is going to be. Yeah, they're the same. They look the same to me. P bag, P bags, P belt, cloth, P cloth. What's that? Okay, that's that thing. Shirt B. Ah, okay. So it looks like the shirt. One has sleeves and one doesn't. That's neat. Okay, so you can actually have bare arms. If I do shirt, turn on the upper body. There you go. So that's a variant. That's a variant of that. And I'll rename these in a minute. So that's cool. Obviously, got different layers here. You don't want them all on, because otherwise you're just over engineering it and running stuff that doesn't need to be run. That's now an empty. That's now an empty. And the shirt B, I don't know what that one is. Top body skin, turn them off. Shirt B, that looks like. Oh, sorry, that was the one I was just looking at then. Shirt B, shirt and shirt B. Top body skin C. Okay, so that looks like the arms and the neck and cleavage, possibly. Whoop. Okay, cool. That is now an empty. Alright, so that's the basic top level hierarchy. Let's go through and fix up these names. Eyebrows, head. Okay. And I'm not sure about that mask thing, but that's okay. We'll come back and fix up the hair, which I know is using the wrong material, the wrong character's materials. Other than that, it kind of looks, yeah. No, the eyelashes are screwed up, and the eyebrows look all fuzzy. So it's going to be the same sort of thing that we've seen with the other models: is the eyes, eyelashes, the eye tier, eyebrows, hair. They all seem to be sharing off the female knight character, and you get this plaited sort of thing happening, which doesn't look right. And they're all flat. It doesn't look right because it's the wrong model. That's okay. It's fixable. And then we've got these armor sets, which I want to put into. Let's put these in the right folders to start with. Right. So we want. I should look at the shortcut for this. Shortcut for create empty. Control Shift N, that puts it at the bottom. Is that what I want? Control Shift N. Alright, let's do it that way. Alright, this might be slightly quicker than how I was doing it before. So head, swaps, back, add-ons, neck, add-ons, shoulder, add-ons, chest, add-ons, add-ons, and swaps, waist, add-ons, and swaps, feet, swaps, weapons. Don't need that one. Right, so there's my empties. Put them up there. Metal mask is a face mask thing. It's actually a face add-ons. That's fine. I know the naming convention is slightly different, but I've got to sort of figure out, once I've got all these characters in there, what naming convention actually makes sense for all of them, not just for the individual ones. Alright. High heels are going to be feet swaps. We have... Where's the weapon gone? Ah, the weapon's actually in... No, is that right? Oh, there it is, crossbow. Cool, that goes into weapons, like that. We've got two shirts, they go into chest add-ons, which might actually be chest swaps, I think. We've got P-belt. These are going to be waist add-ons, definitely. We've got the bags and more belts. We've got the neck cloth, which would be a neck add-on. We've got the coat, which would be a back add-on. And then we've got this thing twice, which would be a waist add-on. And what else we got? What else is there? Gloves, that's a hand swaps. Put the hands on. Hands, okay. Okay, so you need that one. That's where you would use that one. Right, gotcha. Okay. And then feet. Alrighty. Does that make sense? Weapons crossbow. Okay, I think the hierarchy's right. I think we'll now... That thing's not going to work. That needs to be only worn if she's otherwise going to be naked. The bottom body, that has a mixture of, okay, yeah, so that's got the pants in it, which would be leg swaps, pants, and pant belt. Ah, okay, so that's actually a separate piece. That's cool. So that would be a waist add-on, I would say. Yeah. Bottom body skin thigh belt. That's this shiny thing. That's cool. It's going to be a leg add-on or a waist add-on. It's a belt. I'm going to make it a waist add-on. It's fine. Bottom body skin. That is likely to be like a waist section of skin that's used between the underwear and a top, if that's what that is. And that's going to be an empty, so that can move out. That is nothing. And then this one has the bikini and the legs, which means I should be able to turn off the leg swaps, and it looks decent. And I turn on the upper bikini, and we can turn off the chest swaps and turn on those components. There we go. Top body skin, bottom body skin, okay, and feet. Right. Okay. Blue fingernails? Is that blue fingernails, or is that just the? Okay, that is a chromatic effect that I've got on the what's it called? Post-processing volume. If you turn it off, you don't get that. So that's what it looks like without the post-processing on it. I think the post-processing makes such a difference. I quite like the chromatic aberration on the corner of the screen. I know a lot of people don't. I quite like it. I think it's a neat effect. Stylistically, I quite like it. But of course, it could be something that the player can turn on and off in settings, so that's fine. Right. Now, let's name things. Hands left, hand right. Okay, that's upper body. With arms. Okay, that is neck. Cleavage. Okay, that is neck. Oh, neck, cleavage. Arms, skin. That should have skin. Arms, skin. Okay, so that's just basically got the arms as well as that piece, depending on what you're wearing. And then that is like a midsection waist. So that's going to be a waist section skin. Don't know what we're going to use that for yet. And then we've got lower body and legs skin, and then underwear, bikinis. Okay, that's good. And then we've got that one is going to go with one or more of these. So it's going to be bikini top. Okay, so these and this one here. What's this one? It's lower body skin. Lower body skin. Right. Not sure you'd actually start the game like that, but I may have some other armor sets that go over the top of this that's literally like rags, just to start with. So, alright, so that's all good. They're all fine. Metal mask, face mask. Face mask. No, it's an eye mask. What is it? Yeah, it's a mask. That's fine. Coat. Now, we've got all sorts of parts of this coat. In fact, let's add the coat later. We've got the neck add-on, neck cloth. Neck cloth. Neck. I don't know why there's two there. They look identical. They may have been needed at some point, but they're not needed now. Okay, just swaps. Okay, so now we've got the shirt. And we've got the shirt without. So what is that? That is a... what would you call that? It's not quite leather. Turn off the bikini now. We can turn off the skin there and there. Okay, so the material looks to me like sort of almost like wet weather gear, like canvas or something. I wouldn't call it leather. Shirt. Is it a shirt or is it a top? Is it a jacket? I'm going to call it jacket and shirt because you've got a shirt underneath there. It's got a white shirt thing going on there. This one needs the arms. This one is jacket and shirt. Jacket and shirt with sleeves. This one is just the jacket and shirt, no sleeves. Okay, so that's fine. So there's no way to add something to the arms, but you can equip the jacket with the arms. Now this is sort of stuff I'm sort of figuring out for RPG Builder, is how many different variants are there of these components, of these sort of slots? How many different options are there, and do they overlay, like the bags on the waist? A lot of these probably can be turned on independently of one another, and you know, you get more equipment inventory slots, or you get more capacity or something. Some of them are going to very obviously just switch on and off. Some are not going to be layered, and with each character having their own armor layouts, it could get a bit tricky. It may require quite a comprehensive list of slots that may be specific to some characters, so I may need to have a think about that, but I won't know that until I need to discover this through the process of doing it and testing it. Anyway, I'm quite impressed with what it looks like, at least. So alright, so that's the jacket, no sleeves, and that one's got like a strap, rare brace, and that one's got it as well. Yeah, okay, so you get the strap on the arm no matter which one you use. Cool. My add-on's fine. We should put some legs, pants on. Now, they are, I would say, pants, leather, studded. They definitely look like studded leather to me with these panels of cloth in the middle, but to me that looks like studded leather. Okay, so that's good. And by doing that we would turn off lower body skin, turn off the feet, turn on the high heels, and in fact there are separate. So let's go, what are they? They are definitely leather boot. Boot leather, that's the left. Boot leather, right. Not sure you would ever do. I'm not sure you would ever do that. That's the problem, is because the feet are part of the same mesh, you can't have one foot missing, and you can't have both on because it shows through this one. So that might just be impractical to have them separate. And are you ever likely to win one boot but not the other? So they're probably always going to come as a pair. Anyway, I'm overthinking this. Boot. Boots. Leather. Cool. They look good. Right. And we got the crossbow. And we got the gloves, which now can turn off the hands. Okay. Any top, yeah. Lower body skin, we don't need that. We don't need the feet. Waist section skin, that's going to be redundant, probably. And so will that, and so will that. So the question is, if you do that, so you need something in there, particularly if this is turned off. Otherwise you've got no neck. So that's kind of, yeah, okay. Alright, so that's basically all okay. I just need to fix up now the materials and the eyes. So let's start with the eyes. It's done everything that I've seen before, which is where it's always picking up the female knight materials, which it shouldn't be. So materials, characters, eyes there, and these are the eyes that come with the model, which don't look too bad at all, but I want to switch this shader to eye advanced. And earlier this evening I renamed all my textures to make this a lot easier, because they're actually named exactly as they are now. So iris mask goes there. The iris texture is one of these, whichever one I want. I can now bring that down to something like that. I can bring in the iris normal map, the sclera texture. What do I need? The cornea map, the eye normal map, the sclera shade, and the shade iris. Much easier than it was being before. And now all I need to do is get these values approximately right. I think 4 was about what I was looking at before. Yeah, cool. And that's got the effect that I want on it. You're never going to be, I don't think you're ever going to be this close in game to be able to see that effect, but I like the fact that it's there if I want it. If I wanted a close-up, I'm going to be proud of what it looks like. Okay, the eyelash, that's the eye tier. Again, coming from the wrong model. So this should be materials, eyes tier. That's better. Which actually gives this. There we go. Get this figure right. You can kind of make the character look like they're tearing up. Just very subtle. Or it can just look like the eyes are just a little bit watery, you know. Or you can just turn this stuff down and it doesn't have any effect whatsoever. I'm just going to put a little bit of shadow there just to get it. It's good. Alright, now the eyelashes, we know that's a problem too. That's going to be eye slash, that's going to be eyelashes. That's going to be eyelashes there, that's better. And hair shader V2. Now, need to fiddle with which shader looks better for the model, or which textures were designed. Actually, I'm seeing that there is clipping a little bit too much. Just roll that back. Okay, now got to get the right material. Got a reasonable shader. I need to make sure it's got the right materials on it, which it's not. So that needs to be avatar, female, human skins. I think that's where that one is. And noise. And then the hair alpha comes from where are you from? There. Pin. Here's hair alpha. And then we should be able to bring. Is anything happening? Nothing happening. What's happening? Why is that not working? Why is that not working at all? Okay, that's weird. Bit bias, no. Opacity boost, no. Ah, there we go. Okay, that's that one. Point not one. Okay. Boost. Roughness. We don't need the roughness because that's to do with the shininess. So that's all irrelevant. It's all to do with the opacity boost. Which makes sense. It's to do with transparencies. Okay. And dithering. Alright, so that's 0.01. Cool. Alright, eyebrows. Eyebrows. It's using eyelashes material, which is not right. There's eyebrows. Oh no, that's not right. Ah, it's because that's locked, that's why. Did this the other day. FK head eyebrows, that's not right. Eyebrows. There we go. That. Let's move that back to that. And fix the textures. Textures, noise. Hair alpha. Okay. Very small value. And yeah, cool. Alright. And let's take the hair off and fix up anything that might be happening with the scalp. Which might be okay, actually. I don't know about that ribbon on the back. Okay. Alright, so the base head has something called, it's got an emission panel map. Why would you have an emission panel map like that on the face? Really? Okay. Would that roll a grid across the face? That's very odd. It's got an emission mask. It's definitely an emission mask coming from the wrong face. Okay, so I might have to fix that up. It's got that coming from there. Avatar head. Avatar. Avatar. Okay, so remap these. Dirt. FA body dirt. Okay. That's doing what that should be doing. That's looking a bit odd for some reason. Like it looks odd anyway, but the mapping looks off. Body dirt. Oh, that's why, because it's the head dirt. There you go. That's better. Okay. Skin, normal. Head, normal. Skin, should be that one. There we go. That's probably what she's supposed to look like. Ambient occlusion. The mask. Screen space. No, not subsurface scattering. Mask. That's for the head. The roughness is R. And the skin pore, I'm pretty sure, has its own avatar. Yeah, it's in the avatar folder, which would be here. Okay, and then the emission mask. I don't think that makes sense. Why would you have an emission mask? I think we need that. I don't think we need that. And I think that's about right. So that's something to be aware of with these models is, not just these models, but any models. If you've got a head with its own material, and then you've got a body with its own material, you can get this colours being applied separately because there's two different materials on it. And you want to kind of have them set up the same way. So I've got to look at that. There's MI body skin and MI head skin. They're two different materials. I could make them the same, but then they've got different textures. Because the face has got textures to make it, you know, the eyes and everything. The lips and things like that. Right, so we're going to have to go through this one and do the same thing. So that was FK avatar. That's going to be female avatar. Dirt. It's the body dirt. Okay, so that should do that. Yep. Skin normal. Skin color will now be this one. That's better. Ambient occlusion would be that one. The mask is now M. We've got a subsurface scattering mask, which is needed for the realism of the skin texture. And a roughness mod. And then skin pore, which is coming from avatar skin pore. There we go. So that should look okay. It should actually now be the same colour skin on the hands. It's using the same material. Yep, cool. Alrighty. Where am I got to? Gloves, right. So that's all looking okay. The eyes look a bit googly. I'm not sure why that is. Might just be something with the orientation of these eyeballs and how they're being used on this this shader. All right, let's change to a different colour and see if that conceals it. Yes, it does. All right, so putting the hair back on. Armor. Meshes. Yeah. Really not sure about that bow. Looks too 18th, 19th century for my liking. Possible? Yeah, just sort of. I know one of the other ones has got a like a string thing going around the outside, which might be. That's fine. I don't bother with it. That's fine. Hair bow. Hair bow. Right. Now, all of these are using the same material, so once I fix that, it should be okay. So they're all going to get, and these ones. All right. Yes, all of these are going to use materials, hairs. Is it right? Yeah, they're all using that, and they're all going to use hair like that. Okay, and hair's dying. Oh, cool. Oh, that's funky. Not necessarily going to use that, but it is pretty funky. White. Okay. Still using that sort of braided pattern on it, and I'm not sure if that's deliberate or if it's a problem with the shader still. It's quite good in white, actually. I quite like that effect. I'm not convinced with the purple. I think that's a little bit too modern, but who am I to say? Right, so let's check. If we take, so anything I do with that material now is going to affect all of the hair meshes. So if I switch the shader to hair shader, yeah, okay, so hair shader 2 is better with this set of materials, but is it the right materials? That's the question. No, it doesn't look like it is. So I think this is not how the way it's been designed. We want the skin noise. So we want a randomizer, which would be in there. No, that's materials. We don't need materials anymore. We don't need the prefabs. We need the textures. Avatar. Noise. Just to make sure it's all bound in with this character. And now the root, FK body hair root should be using these ones. Okay, so, God. I have to create a shortcut key to lock that padlock. Hair alpha. Okay, so that's the alpha. The root is that one. That's starting to look better already. Dye mask. Base colour. ID. I don't know what these do, but they're obviously having some effect on the shader, giving the shader additional information. And the flow, I don't know that it's using the flow, which suggests to me maybe this should even be shader 3. Shader 3 has normals and ambient occlusion, which we don't have the textures for, so maybe it's not that one. It looks pretty good under 2. That's, I think, how it's supposed to look. it's doing the alpha correctly at the end, so it's not looking squared off. It's actually staggering those, which means we can contain that with the do the boost like that. And do the boost is normally going to be not fully maxed, but somewhere up there. Now she's white haired, grey haired, then the underlying skull cap isn't going to be brown. It's going to be, where are you? Hair cap colour. If I do that and grab that colour, or even a lighter one, and then we do that, yeah, okay, might be a little bit too light. You barely see it. I'm going to make it a little bit darker because it's less likely to be noticeable if it's darker. So I'm going to grab that colour, so it should be fairly dark. Okay, cool. I'm pretty happy with that. I think that looks pretty damn good. That dates it. I think it makes it look you know, 17th, 18th, 19th century, which I don't think it's supposed to be. Alright, I think I'm pretty happy with that model actually. I think there's a few optional components in there. The meshes, okay, so that's an empty meshes. That's what I did. I created those and I didn't need them. So there's the armature root. There's the meshes. We need that. We need the head. And the rest is clothed. Neck cloth. We can turn that on if need be. We've got a jacket, no sleeves, which we would turn on the arms. Okay, so there's a variant. So that looks good too. And we've got... Okay, now we need to name some of these things. They look like leather gloves. Okay, cool. Waist add-ons. Yeah, okay, so we've got all this. The legs we're happy with. The boots, they're fine. The crossbow's fine. So I think it's just renaming these pieces. Okay. Cloth, pea bag. Pelvis bag, I think that is. Cloth, that's this back cloth thing. So that should be in there. Coat. Right. So, with the main jacket, we've got... What have we got here? We've got a shoulder fur and another one. I think those are going to be joined. Shoulder fur. I think they would just be a thing. We've got that thing, which would go with this thing, and probably even with that thing. I think those would go together. I think that fur would be needed to pad against this strap, which suggests this is a shoulder pauldron leather. And that would be that's shoulder strap fur inside, outside. Now, the cloth is actually a back piece, so that's like, that could be equipped separately. It's like a cape. So let's put back cape cloth, for want of a better word. Okay, now I think they would be in their own parent. Shoulder strap fur. That's going to be its own thing. So you've got the pauldron, and you've got the fur, which could be separate. You wouldn't always need it. Could be a separate thing. The question is, what is this thing? And do you need it to be... Would you have it on its own? It's almost like it's left an imprint on the thing. It's quite good. I think that goes with this thing. I think that's shoulder, pauldron, straps, leather, shoulder, pauldron, left. That's what it is. So that's now the item that you equip. And if you need to, you put that with it. But it could be a variant that you might have a variant that's combining those. So that might be shoulder, pauldron, left with fur. That would be the combined set. That would be without, and that would be just some. I don't think the fur makes sense on its own, but certainly the pauldron could. Alright, cool. And then we've got the back cape piece, which could be a separate equip. Alright, and we got this thing, and you got this thing, and they look identical, which tells me there's nothing special about these. They look the same. They have two different meshes. I'm going to leave that one there because I don't know where it's relevant. Where it might affect the mesh in some way, I don't know. Alright, just swaps. Okay. Okay. Waist. Belt. Cloth. One. I think this is identical. So we probably wouldn't use that one. Then we've got a bag at the back. So this is a belt pouch. Another one. Okay, belt pouch 2, identical. I'm going to go through a process of cleaning these up once I'm really sure that they're not needed. Because I think if I get rid of them too early, I might regret it. There might be a reason why they're there. They look identical. So I think they're just different combinations that were put together. This is the leather belt. Now the thing is, do you have the leather belt with, you know, do you equip the leather and the cloth in the one? There you go. There's an example where there's probably a P-belt that actually has a tighter fit around that, I suspect. That's where the cloth goes. Okay, so that tucks in there. That's why there's a gap. Is it going to be a problem? I don't know. That belt looks like it's got the same. Yes, I think it's a duplicate. So that's the waist belt leather. let's do this. I think we might have a complete duplicate set here. Waist belt, pouch, belt, pouch 2, waist belt, cloth, P belt. Okay, that is the cloth thing, and then they are separate, right. I think that's the duplicate set there. Waist, belt, duplicate set, duplicate set, do not use. Okay. So you could have a belt, a belt with and without a cloth. I think without the cloth it probably looks a bit loose. I think it's meant to go with it. That could be a thing. Let's create a parent around that. Waist, belt, set. And I'm going to put the cloth in with that, and that's going to be a waist cloth. And this one looks like that's a duplicate of that too, which we wouldn't need. Makes no difference visually. Okay, so that's cool. And then we've got the pant belt, which actually, now to me these have got like pocket things on them. They've got straps. Are they an armor set? Is this some kind of what the hell are they called? Is this some sort of waist, hips belt, plate waist bags? Might be looking at the wrong character. Folds. I don't think they're folds. They kind of are leather folds with pockets. Let's give that name for the time being. Folds, leather, pockets. At least I know what it's. I know what it kind of describes. What I think it looks like. So that would be an item. And you got this thigh belt strap. Thigh belt strap. Leather. Right. So those look like they can be all equipped independently in any combination. And that's exactly what I want these items to be understood. And also this one can be implemented in a variety of configurations. You know, that even that could work. That could work. That could work. That could work. So that's good. So there's a whole belt options. Cool. And I've got this and this. And that's it. I think that character's absolutely done. I think that's quite good. The eyes look a little bit too... What's going on with them? They look like they're off kilter. Iris size. Yeah, they are off. Why are they off? Is there something going on with these? Is it a mesh issue, or is it a shader issue, or is it a texture issue? What's going on? Pupil dilation is at 0.5. 4. Now that I've noticed that, it's bugging me. I may have to fix that. I think it could be an issue with the meshes. Because the only reason I say that is because when you put the cat eyes in, they're not oriented up and down, which suggests to me that this mesh orientation is different on the two eyes, which might be why one of them's slightly off. It's got a lot, you know, this one's slightly. Have I rotated these in the armature? That might be what it is. It might just be resetting the. Don't think I did. Maybe I did. Rotation 180. Woo. If we reset that. Whoa, that's not good. The position is very important. Can't mess with this stuff. And of course it's the whole eye. And that's the eyelid. And that's the upper eyelid. Okay. Is it possible that the lower eyelid on this model is different? It would be a different Y. They should have the same Y between these two. So if I go between that one and this one, is it the Y position? Or is it the Z? It might be the X position actually. So if I copy that value and put that value there. Okay, so they're the same. And then down. They look the same. What's going on? What's going on? Z position. So Z position, one's positive, one's negative. Should that be negative? Now I'm confused. Now I'm confused. Why is that having such a different effect? Okay, it's sort of a. Actually, that doesn't look too bad. I think I'm just fussing about it when I don't need to. Okay, I think the eyes are a little bit too bright. Iris color. Let's make overall brightness. That's the one. Let's make it 0.9, 0.8, 7.6. It's not making a huge difference. Oh, sclera. Overall brightness 0.9, 0.8, 0.7, 0.6. Looks okay. Alright. So the only thing really that's bothering me is the hair clipping through the shoulder pauldron piece. Is it going to be noticeable? Yeah, probably not. Okay. I think that's pretty good. Considering that's my last player character piece that I'm intending to use at this point, I think I'm quite pleased with how they've all turned out. Let's save that. Turn these back on. Okay, so they're the player characters basically. 1, 2, the warrior. We've got the necromancer, which could potentially be an NPC, but I like the character enough that it could be a player. We've got the mage. With the male mage, I've got to do some of his ears. The male warrior. We've got the female crusader with the wings, that I might take the wings and copy them to the male crusader. We've got too many S's in assassin. We've got the male assassin. We've got the Malber's horse, which is fine. With the female equivalent, female assassin. The female mage archer. I don't have a male mage archer. I've got a male mage. Is he an archer? Yes, yes he is. Yes, he could be an archer. And then we've got the male version of the Crusader where we can add the wings. And then we've got the female knight. Do I have a male knight? Yes, I've got this guy here that I think, whilst he's not a Quang Fan model, I think he could potentially cut it. He's got lots of equipment sets. He's got the right rigging. This is Knight Errant. Knight Errant. Character by Shao Kan. And he's got some quite a good variety of models. I might look at this Bjorn Viking one, depending, but that's basically the one I really wanted in there. I was thinking it's an NPC, but perhaps maybe he's a player character too. Don't know. So I think that's starting to be a great lineup. That horse goes in there. They're in no particular order, by the way. And I think now I'm ready to pull in the last. Certainly the last one I want to be working on tonight. It's now 1 o'clock in the morning for me. But I want to get this done. I've got other stuff to move on to. So let's take the horse out. Take that out. Take him out. Save. And check into source code. Revert unchanged. Submit. Now this is the. What was it? Ghost. Lady S4 Hunter. Okay, I'll get the next one ready to go. And the next one is the Reaper. Okay, so this is an enemy skeleton type. One of many skeleton types that I've got. But it's done by Quang Fan, so it should have the same rigging profile. Same sort of structure, same sort of hierarchy, the same shaders, the same physics rendering on the materials, and those sorts of things, because there's cloth that moves on this character too. So I want to bring this one in while I'm working with the Quang Fan stuff so that I'm all done with it. And then I can get on to other things. I'm keen to get back into level design, building the dungeons and the castles. There's caves, there's underwater scenes, there's open fields, there's towns and cities. There's all sorts of things that are in a state of flux at the moment. Lots of different prototypes. I want to bring them together into start putting these characters in there, playing them around. So that will be happening shortly, soon. I've not done very much with this Reaper character. I've brought it into an HDRP, high definition render pipeline project, applied the universal render pipeline shaders. I think I did a very quick test run to see what it looked like, and I was pretty pleased with it. So I think it'll have the same issues though. Bringing it in, I think it's going to try and reuse the female knights materials, possibly, maybe, I don't know. Okay. Let's see if I can do this in an hour. What time is it now? It's 1 o'clock. Go for 6 hours. See if I go for 7 hours. All right, done. Let's bring this guy in. Let's collapse up these. He goes in there. Pow. I did have a zombie collection in here. I don't know if you watched my first stream that I did about 4 weeks ago. I brought in some zombies because they were sort of the clothing on them was mostly something that could be considered medieval. Some of them weren't, but I had a look at them. They may or may not work in the game. Certainly humans that have been corrupted, and that's part of the sort of supernatural, I guess, aspect of this is villagers that getting corrupted by evil and turning into zombies is part of it. But whether I'm going to use these models, I don't know. It's kind of searching around to see what fits, see what looks right, see what the capabilities are. They don't need to be equipped because they're not going to be player characters, I hope. But they are going to be enemies, so they need to look right. They're not going to have, I think, the complexity that the player character has in terms of dialogue or lip sync or equipment sets or items or inventory or any of that. It's just a lot simpler for the enemies. Okay. Alright, so back to the Reaper. He needs to get rid of his scripts. Should we recompile that again? Just want to get past this stage so that I've got all these guys in there and I can move on to the next element. I'm really keen to get started on the Blink RPG configuration of all the items and the Malber's horse riding. Get these wired up to be able to ride horses and fire weapons. Invector's third-party controller on them as well. So that's kind of the next bit, is to start actually being able to use them as player characters in the game. Right now it's only the female knight that's really wired up to do that. So that's why I really want to get these cracking. Okay, so let's move along to the last one I've just done. So that's the one 5 minutes ago. The eyes still look something a bit odd. Something about it is not quite right. Anyway, it's not a biggie. Right. Prefabs, characters. Okay, we want the Reaper with his play variant. This is the guy. This is the dude. And we're going to take her position. Copy. Take him. Paste the values. And move him over to 20. Get rid of the scripts. They're broken. Looks like the shaders come in fine. I might not have to do very much at all with this guy. Ah, the hair. Of course. The hair's coming from the female knight. The eyes aren't because there's no eyes in it. But the hair is. And so that needs to be fixed. So where are you? Materials. characters. Hairs, MI hairs. That shouldn't really be MI hairs, but anyway, that should be like that. Okay, so you can see that that's a problem now with the shader. It's not using the alpha correctly, but is it using the correct material? No, it's not. It's getting that from somewhere else. And all of this sort of remapping and all of this sort of, it's using the wrong materials. I suspect that's because of the way that I've brought these characters in and not done a proper export and not dealt with the GUID conflicts that were in there. But I haven't got time to faff around with trying to figure out why that didn't work. I'm just getting on with it. Hair alpha. Material, no, I want textures, characters, bodies, hairs, hair alpha. That's better. It's all fine and filtery and horrible. Right, going to get rid of his hood. And of course the hood without the hair. Maybe he's got more hair. He's got a scythe. There's a hood up. Oh, he's got eyeballs. Whoa, okay, alright. Well, that could be cool. He's got other parts to this mesh by the look of it. And hood up, hood down. He's got a down mode. He's got books that he can hold. And he's got this hourglass thing on his waist, which looks really cool. That'd be cool if that animates. That looks like it's got hair in there. That doesn't look quite right. What is going on with that? Sandwatch. That would be kind of a sandwatch, yeah, but it's Sands of Time. Yeah, I don't know. I'm going to come back and fix that later. The metal material looks great. So this is the PBR stuff. This Dawn shader that Quang Fan has done is just fantastic for this sort of stuff. Looks brilliant. The cloth material looks okay, and I think probably he's got, yeah, he's got the cloth attributes on this component on this, so this should move with the movement of the character, which will be cool. The hair doesn't look right, so we want to take what we had for these guys. Where is his hair? Hood down. So that's the hood. That's that. He's got a shirt. Okay. Hood down. Hood up. Hair. Okay, so this stuff here. And then he's got this hair as well, which is using MI hairs. Needs to be applied to these ones. Looking better already. And not that he's supposed to be looking good. It's going to look pretty bloody terrifying, I think. Alright. There's something happening with this little armor thing here. What's that? Metal dots. Well, that's got to be to do with the cloak or something. Okay, so it's almost like that. It's pinned to him. Okay, so we can turn some of this stuff back on. Obviously, some of the hair is going to be outside the hood, like that. Some of it's going to be inside the hood. Hood up, hood down, that's fine. Could be different variants with different bosses. Can apply different materials and different colours to materials and give them different weapons. So they could look, whilst it's a base character, it can look very, very different. Okay, it is using the female knight's eyes. I don't want that, I want it to use its own eyes. Material eyes. Eyes. Now, this one actually... this one actually has the Dawn shader eyes, and I may not put the God, some scary stuff you can do with this. may not put the realistic eyes because I don't want it to look like, I don't know. No, I think I'll leave it with these ones because these eyes have been designed for a skeleton. Not that the eyes necessarily even need to be there. Are they a set? Yes, they are. So you cannot have one of them, but you can mess with them. And you can do things like emission power, emission iris. So you could make some pretty cool effects. Maybe that's an attack or something. Sclera colour, red. Doesn't have to be that way. Could just be like that. Eyes ball. That would be eyeballs. I think that's a reasonable term. Month. I think that's probably jawbone. Okay, even that looks scary as hell without having the bloody jaw there. And you can imagine a skeleton sitting in some cave somewhere and the bottom jaw's just rotten away and it's been brought to life by some crazy magician and now it's coming around like that. That's going to look pretty scary. It's got the same rigging by the look of it as the others, so we should be able to go to the head, the face root, and if you see, that's actually got the same facial rigging as the other Quang Fan models, which means whilst he's got a bone face, in theory I should be able to move some of these and actually morph the face potentially. Maybe not. Oh, I can. Yeah, there you go. Which you wouldn't need much, but if the character's going to be talking to the player, making threats, you know, I'm going to kill you, I'm going to eat your soul, all that sort of stuff. It makes sense that they open the jaw to do it. Like so, or better still, rotate. I'm going to eat your soul. And it would probably work quite well because it hasn't got to be fantastically realistic because how many people talk to skeletons every day? So I think that's going to work quite well. The hair can be thinned out. It looks a bit busy, but of course these are all separate pieces, so you could have kind of... It wouldn't matter if it looked bad to some degree, like that, and then thin it out even more. Which way is it? That way. It's a little bit too thin, but I can change the emit bias to make it different again. Yeah, it's lots of things to play with here. Anyway, I'm quite impressed with that. I think a bit of variety in the hair would be good. Can we get his eyebrows to move? Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Okay, it's going to need to be... You need to look at where the... When it comes to salsa, this is where you kind of pick these up and go, what am I going to do with all of this lot? So salsa can work with multiple mesh components at the same time and do transforms like rotates and transposition, so sort of moving around, translations, and also scaling, so pinching, punching and that sort of thing. So I'm not sure what it would be used on here, but I certainly think accurate animation of the jaw would it wouldn't do that. It would be a rotation, I think. But it will rotate from here. So it might need a little bit of special sort of... Whoop. Like that. And then maybe a bit off to the side. Yeah, I think that could be quite effective as a talking enemy. You know, maybe they're coming towards you in a dungeon and they're just laughing at you or something, but it's probably going to be... the animation, I think, could be better than just ha 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 ha. Even though that's probably effective, I think if it's done right, it can be probably quite scarily realistic. The eye shapes look a bit... they look a bit... what's the word? Artistic? Rather than the normal sort of skull. Let's go, because I've got another skull model in here somewhere. Oh, that's too... should go to my own assets. Hidden assets. Skeleton. Right. Now this one, Fire Skeleton. This is another model that I am integrating. I'm working on rebuilding the shader because the shader for this guy only works in the built-in render pipeline, and it's a really good shader. Like you look at what it can do here. Let me put that on high definition. Higher definition. So this shader on this particular Unity Fire Skeleton model, obviously it's taken the jaw away, and it's got this like burnt texture. It's got flames rolling over the top, which actually go in the direction away from where they're walking. So the flames actually get affected by what direction they're moving in. You've got flames coming out of the body. You've got this animation of flames throughout the whole skeleton. I love this. I think it's so cool. And you've got the movement of the shoulder blades and things like that. It's just such an interesting rendition of a skeleton. The problem is it only works in the built-in render pipeline because the shader is doing all the work. The shader is doing all this fancy stuff. The actual model, the mesh, is pretty good. He's just demonstrating here what's happening with the flame, which you can see there, which is fantastic. The shader's doing all that work. So what I've bought the model anyway, even though it's the wrong render pipeline. I'm rewriting the shader in Universal Render Pipeline. I've got most of this to actually work reasonably well, but it doesn't look quite as good as this yet. But if I can get it anywhere close to looking as good as this, then it's definitely in the game. What I was going to say was... I don't know if I can use it. Oh, yeah, okay. Maybe that's the one there. No. I don't think I've got a picture of him without the mesh on him. And yeah, he renders really well with lots of... it's a very performant shader, so it can handle lots of them at the same time. Right, so that's... I'm waiting for that one to rewrite that shader. What I want is skeleton, and one of my assets that I've already imported. It's one of my many skeleton assets. I think it may be this one. This one's actually a collection of rigged skeletons and bones, and they're really good. There's a lot of them. They're in different formations. They're all broken apart into different parts, so you can kind of fill a dungeon full of parts and colour them differently, colour them, worn or fresh. And it's that sort of thing that I just wanted to point out. The eye socket shape on this is more sort of realistic to human shape. and the one that is the Quang Fan one. You can see the difference there. It is, it's more stylistic. It's got like an angry, you don't really have angry skull. His skull doesn't really change shape. Having said that, if we're going to be doing facial animation, I mean, skulls don't talk either, but I think there could be a mixture of these styles blended in the game, but I think I might change his eye shape, the neutral shape, to be more natural, so it looks more natural rather than an artist, like the sort of stylistic version that's here. But it's very good. Like this is done by the same artist as all the other models that I've got in there, so it's very, very good. All right, I think I just want to take a very quick look at this sand watch thing. It's got a chain. I can see that they're attached. The sand watch thing is actually attached in the where is it? There it is. It's actually prefabbed and attached into the Armature, which tells me I've been playing with that. I should have changed that to a unpacked completely. Why did I do that? Alright, put you down there. NPC Reaper. Character. Okay. Should be an NPC. Right. Sandwatch. So you can see that the chain and the sandwatch and this part of the chain and all these other parts of the chain are all in the armature, which tells me that when this character's moving, all this stuff's going to swing, which I think's really quite cool. Very cool effect. And of course, you can get rid of that by taking it out of the armature and dislocating it from that. Skeleton. I think it's got the wrong textures. Just by looking at it, it doesn't look quite right. And of course, all these cloth pieces that are hanging down, they look static at the moment, they look fixed. But these have all got the cloth attribute on them, so they're all going to move as the character moves. If you see the demo of this guy when he's doing stuff, it's called the Reaper, the Grim Reaper. He has all this material's moving. Because of that, you can see it all moving there. Almost everything's swinging around. So it's very cool effect. I do want to fix that material though. I think it looks like it's got a hair shader in there or something. Could be sand. It looks like a hair shader. What's going on? Sand. Okay, there you go. It's got two materials in there. So you've got the sand material, which is correct. And then it's got this head hair, which is getting from the female knight. That's not right. It's got a glass, it's got clothing, it's got book, it's got an example. Okay. What is that second element going to be? Would you have hair inside a sandwich like that? I would have thought it would be a second load of sand. But a separate material that you could then colour and treat differently. I wonder what it's supposed to be. Let's have a look. There's any close-ups of it. I need to take a quick look at this. Actually, there's a Sketchfab version. Right, okay, let's have a look at the Sketchfab version. This is doing it in high definition render pipeline, but it'll give me an idea of what those two bits there are supposed to look like, which might give me an idea of which textures belong. Okay. I'll maximise that and maximise that. There we go. It's a little bit slow. So this is rendering in high definition render pipeline. It's got all sorts of wonderful effects on it, but you can kind of see the lighting effects that it has. Very cool. Now let's have a look at this thing here. Alright, there you can see the sand and the glass. The glass effect is working a bit like that eyeball thing where it's sort of deforming the shape, and it really does look like glass. The sand is sitting in the bottom half of the top piece. So the sand is sitting there. And then this piece, I'm not sure what this piece is supposed to be doing. Oh, sorry, that is the sand there. What are these pieces doing? They are doing nothing. Maybe they're doing the glass. Okay. Let's pause that, get out of that, and see if we can switch this over. Okay, so we've got sand watch, and then there's an MI glass there. That tells me that it's potentially got a special shader on it, maybe. Gradient shader. Nope. It was clear before. Now I may need to use a completely different shader on this, and I may need to actually refer to what shaders are supposed to be there. It's black because there's no textures on it. Okay, so we've got a sandwatch, we've got the book, we've got the scythe, we've got the skeleton, we've got the lighting, clothing. I may have to do some reference and go back to the project before I brought it in here just to see which textures were attached and whether there was a special shader attached to this thing. Because obviously that's supposed to be translucent. There's definitely a material for it, but I don't see textures for it, which makes me think it is a glass. Clean sparkle. No. Diffuse transparent. It's obviously an incompatible shader. Okay, so that's interesting because that's actually highlighting. Okay, so that's why. Using the wrong bloody shader. Right, this one. This one should be sparkle. Okay, so that's given a like a reflective tone to it. I want to make that somewhat transparent. Might be one of these cutout ones. These situations. That's a bit better. Yeah, that's an improvement, I think, for what it was. It's not right. It's using a nature manufacture ice pack, which is why it looks kind of frosty. But I can get rid of that. I can make that go away, I think. I wonder what would... No, I'm not going to use that. I'm going to... Another crypto effects that's got some really cool... So that's... Underwater effect. That should give it a bit of a cool effect. I wonder if I can use crest. Probably not going to see it until it's in runtime. Scattering, okay, so we've got normals and those types of things. Specular. So crest, the crest package. The reason I'm sort of looking at that is crest is a package for water rendering. Does very realistic, sort of above water, below water. It does the movement of the water. It's sort of for fluids. It's incredible. So you imagine that being applied to this. That's kind of where my thinking's going with that. It would need a few things set up, but it's got the caustics in here to be able to mimic it. It needs to have a few things there to make that work, but it could kind of suggest that the sand and the sea came from the same place. Anyway, either way, there's a glass element there that doesn't have the right shader on it. I'm going to, when I'm offline, probably tomorrow, I'll take a look at the original project and see in HDRP what that material is supposed to be looking at. Could be something in one of these hidden folders here somewhere, God knows. Could be any of these. There's this lighting BC thing. Let's just put it on a clothing shader and just put it back to, go back to what it was originally. So it was on the hair shader, which is very interesting. It could be something about that hair shader that it was using to do what it needs to do. So even that's coolish. Yeah, I'm going to go forward. No, I can't go forward. I'm going to put it on crest. Underwater curtain. No, that's not working. Oh, hang on, I'm working on the wrong material here. Should be working on this one. Should be working on this one. It shouldn't be head hair. Oh, I'll keep doing that. It should be glass. Right. If I do the glass and then I do the hair shader. Okay. It's now. It's doing something. And if I now take one of these textures that wasn't in the other models, lighting B2, what is that? Okay, that looks odd. So this is a very weird, that could be a noise texture, perhaps. I'm going to need to experiment. This should be transparent, and it might be a question of fiddling with the shaders. I don't think it's supposed to be a hair shader. I do have some transparent shaders that do things, neat things. Water plane. No, that's not going to work in that one. Shade of grass. Water. Okay, it's doing something very funky. It's actually trying to move water around inside that shape, but only when it's in the background. Unexpected results. Some of these shaders are not designed for this pipeline, but that's okay. I'll clear them out every now and again. underwater, set water, geometry, underwater, camera normals, and Malber's water. So even that kind of gives a gist of a see-through glass. I just don't know if it's going to have quite the same effect as what it was designed for in HDRP. I'm going to have a look at that. That's not a bad saving position to leave that at. I think I'm done for the time being. This guy's looking okay. The hood, I think, works better if the hood's out. Didn't really do any. I haven't done any restructuring of him, but one reason why I wouldn't is because he doesn't need to be wired up to RPG Builder, because he's not going to be a player. He's an enemy. He literally is going to move around, fight things, die, drop stuff. So the animator, he'll need a controller and all these sort of things on there to make him do what he's got to do. So I've got some AI routines. Just one of the packages that I've got to do that is AI. Is it AI? Yeah, there's several actually. There's Whole Earth AI, but one of these is waypoint systems. I should look this up because under my tools here. So my massive spreadsheet of stuff. I actually do try and keep track of some of the tools I'm going to be using for various things. So, under player, here you go, player controls and spawners. So there's RV Smart and RV Honor. Simple waypoint system. I think the one that I'm looking to probably do some study on is this Emerald AI. And you add AI in this title. Emerald. Where have you gone? There he is. So this thing effectively allows you to plug in routines around your NPCs or your, enemy characters, have them behave in a certain way. Maybe they do their routine where they're walking around ignoring things, and as you get within a certain boundary, then they're going to start reacting in a certain way or looking for you or hearing you or something like that when you're in range. So you need something that's got some AI routines in here to change the behavior of this thing, and that's really going to be driving a lot of what's happening with these enemy characters. So I think Emerald AI is probably, out of all the packages that I've bought here, out of probably these ones, I think it's probably Emerald that I'm going to be using with him and others. So I don't need Blink to have the control over the equipment sets, because I'm just going to probably build a prefab that's got, the book or not the book. I might, I suppose, have them spawned or randomly spawned, but I might also create variants of this guy, change the scale, make one a bit bigger, one a bit smaller, change the face shapes. There's so much configuration available in these, get rid of the jaw on that guy, take the other guy with different hair, different colour, different equipment, make them look very, very different. And I'm really pleased with how that one's turned out. I think that's going to be very good. I want to get this this thing working, this Hands of Time thing. Yeah, pretty cool, I think. Pretty cool. And considering, a lot of Zarktor's realm dungeons, caves, bad places. They're going to be filled with things that are not human, not normal, not supposed to be alive. So a lot of these are going to be, a lot of the models are skeleton based, or they're, corrupted evil of some sort, demons, or there's a wide variety of them that are going to be in this thing. I don't want to spoil it too much, but yeah, you're kind of getting a gist of what these bad guys look like. Interestingly, they are exactly the same height as the player. I probably will scale up this guy. He's not going to be normal height. I think some of the enemies are going to be substantially bigger, and the scary ones might even be very, very short, which is worrying when something little scampers towards you, particularly when it looks like something like that. Anyway, I think I'm done with this character for the time being. I think this is enough for me to get started with. I'm just going to clear all that, save the scene, check this in, and I think that's where I wanted to be at this point. It's now nearly 1:45 in the morning, so I should get to bed. I will be back on tomorrow at 7 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. The Reaper, the Grim Reaper. So tomorrow probably I'm going to be looking at. I'll have a think about it. It could be Malber's, the horse riding. It could be some Blink stuff. It might even be looking at some of the environments and getting the some of the level building back underway. Dust that stuff off. Depends what I feel like. But certainly I've had enough of doing characters for a few weeks. It's been one after another, but I think I'm pretty pleased with how they all look. They're all in the same project now. It's all in source control. It's all backed up. It's a good place to be. And I now am feeling more comfortable with what the capabilities of all these models are, what I can use as items, what I can't, where I need to fix stuff, separate out items and all that sort of stuff. I'm quite excited with what I found, though. I think that's going to work really well. So yeah, I'm going to have to put these guys back into a playable. I'm going to have to prefab them, but I'm going to put them back into a playable state so that they can interact in a way that they're not just standing in a T pose, but they're actually in either an idle pose or they're walking around or whatever. But yeah, they're starting to really come together. I think that the look of the style of them is fairly consistent, I would say. I think, considering most of them come from the same artist, but I think they're going to work really quite well. Yeah, chop his ears off. Elves in this game. They're all Caucasian, I've noticed, which is not a problem necessarily, but I would like some variety. I mean, there's a bit of skin tone difference between them, which is fine. But of course, these are parameters that are very tailorable in here simply by there's a base color multiplier here. So to make a character have a different skin tone, it's got to be done on the head and the body, but it's actually very, very trivial. So I'm thinking, rather than me creating all these different varieties of skin tones to try and appease people and try and have flexible there, might create a couple of characters that are deliberately have different skin tones and things like this. But actually, I think in the player creation screen, that's where the player has control over this, to have a little user interface where you can, toggle the hairstyles, toggle the eye colors, male or female, what class do you want, maybe what base equipment you might start with. Skin tone is, where's the guy with a beard? This guy, does he have a beard? Does he not have a beard? Those are things that can be easily toggled on and off in a character creation screen, I am having a think about the best way in which to implement that character creation screen. I think I want to do it in a way that maybe hasn't been done very often. That's still a lot of fun to do, because speaking with my son when he plays Fallout 4 or those sort of games where you can get quite involved, Skyrim, you get quite involved in creating your character and spend hours fiddling with how you want them to look, only to sort of follow them around the game in third person, looking at the back of them the whole time. But I think that's part of the enjoyment is character creation. I know with Dungeons and Dragons, when you create your character sheet and you work through all the lore and the backstory and all that, it's quite an interesting part of quite an interesting experience and quite a fun part of the game. So I want to sort of indulge that a bit, I guess, and allow players to really tailor one of these to suit. One of these might be the starting position, but they might wind up with something that looks quite different by just tailoring. There's so many tweaks in these shaders. If you can imagine having dials to be able to, and sliders that don't look like this, but they would have other meaningful names on there. But if you wanted your armor set to be blue rather than red, that's not going to be a problem. It can be dialed up on this stuff pretty easily just by taking one of these blend colors and just pushing them in a particular direction. So yeah, there's definitely a user interface element to having a front end that the player can control. That's going to talk to that shader and pass it some parameters. But I think I'm actually pretty pleased with all that. How many did we wind up with? I'm going to include this guy as a player. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12's good. 12's good. And we got an NPC at the end. I think this guy is good enough. As I say, probably the minimum requirement for this is to have sufficient separation of the armor pieces and have a facial rig that will allow for the lip sync so they can do dialogue. I do want the camera to be able to frame both the player and the NPC in the same frame in view and be able to, I guess, nope, take this guy, rotate him. No, go back. Where are you? See if I can emulate this sort of knife straight into him. I'm thinking widescreen here. If you've got dialogue lines, you've got the dialogue in the user interface coming up in the middle. So, Joe Bloggs here is saying some stuff. He's got the voice mapping going on in his mouth. His eyes are looking at, the player character. They're darting around. Maybe they're looking at other characters that's standing in the background, whatever. So he's doing his idle animation of standing, and he's saying his dialogue lines, and it's obviously doing a subtitle somewhere in the middle here. And then you've got your character choices here on how you're going to respond, and then she's going to respond and play each of the appropriate character things, do all the animation. She's going to look around. She can be looking at him, but between the realistic eye movements pack, which is this one here, this one you can sort of imagine in a dialogue setting between sections of dialogue, having the NPC and the player look at each other, but also the eyes can look away. They're not necessarily going to be sitting there with their mouth closed, but they might be, chewing or something like that. But that's how I'm imagining a dialogue user interface will look, with the text in the middle, so you can do your selections. It's not interfering with anything. Dialogue is always a two or more person thing, so it doesn't make sense to flip the camera to look at, him and her. That would kind of get a bit annoying, I think. But my thinking is to sort of frame the camera in the middle somewhat, and I think it would work quite well, which is why I'm spending so much time, I guess, trying to get these characters to look good close up, because certainly from my perspective, from the role-playing aspect of these sort of games, the dialogue choices, the way you interact with NPCs and make things happen is a very enjoyable part of the game, so I really want to try and make the most of this. And obviously the look is right, I think. Getting these guys now to have this salsa thing, I want to put this through its paces and get this Vizime thing sorted out so that I know how the mouth animation is going to work with each of these characters and how realistic it looks. When I've seen the samples, they can be very good, but I really want to understand those other sort of mouth shapes that might make it look unbelievable. I want to make it look believable, rather. But yeah, so that could be the next stage that I work on, is just to start doing some work on salsa and start to get some dialogue experience going, so that you get a sense of what the dialogue looks like, how it plays out between characters, how you choose what they look like when they're talking. I've got plenty of sample audio files to use for prototyping in there. I'm not going to use a lot of these, but certainly I haven't got any female voices at the moment, so I need to get some.
Ha-ha!
So yeah, I think that's going to be maybe the next stage. Maybe I start on that tomorrow, is to start bringing in the salsa stuff. It's either that or Blink or RPG Builder, one of the three, whichever one I'm going to ever think about. Anyway, that's probably enough for now. I am tuckered out. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. It's been a 7-hour stream, so I hope that's long enough for everybody. Thanks for watching. I hope you join me on the next exciting installment. As I say, I will be downloading this stream from Twitch to put it up on YouTube, so that there's a permanent version for you. And I'll continue to try and do that. But my regular schedule will be, that I'm going to try and stick to at least, is to do Friday, Saturday and Sunday, 7 p.m. Australian time. Probably for 2 hours, maybe more, but certainly try and stick to that sort of cycle. I may have some additional sessions, but my goal is to try and at least stream 3 times a week, where I'm up to, because I'm doing all this work in the background. I might as well be streaming it, just so that you can join whenever you feel like it. Anyway, thanks for joining, and I will catch you next time.